Hello and welcome to the Actual Tech Media MegaCast. My name is Jess and I am excited to be here with you all today. But before we jump into our content, I have some basic information to cover with you. Let's kick off our day here today by taking a quick tour of your audience console. And we're going to start with the questions window. Now, if you haven't already said hi, there is a whole audience of cool humans out there, so reach out and give a wave to the other members of the Actual Tech Media community. Also, keep in mind that if you have any tech issues today, a browser refresh is going to fix just about anything. But if those tech gremlins are clinging on, no problem. Just throw a comment in the question section and our crew will be there to help. We also want this to be an informative webinar for you. So throughout today's MegaCast, we hope you'll get engaged and ask all of your burning questions. Not only will we have team members responding to you over live chat, we will also have a dedicated Q&A session at the end of our presentations. And if we do not get to your question during the webinar, don't worry, because the awesome experts that we have here with us today will be following up with you after we wrap. All right, next up on our tour, there are going to be lots of cool aha moments in the MegaCast today, and if you want to share those with your community, we've made it nice and easy for you. You can use the Twitter button right there in your audience console, and the hashtag for today's MegaCast will automatically get added to your post. And our last stop on this guided tour, be sure to check out the Handouts tab for some resources and takeaways from our speakers here today. We have an info pack collection of solution briefs, white papers, data sheets, free trials, ebooks, upcoming webinars, and more. So many great resources, so be sure to go explore. And if that wasn't enough fun, we also have some exciting prizes we will be giving away throughout the MegaCast today. I'm going to tell you a little bit more about those later on, but a few quick reminders for you all. You do need to be in attendance here live at the webinar in order to qualify to win a prize, and we will follow up with all winners after we wrap the MegaCast today. Now, all winners must submit an IRS form W-9 to Actual Tech Media, and all winners must meet the Actual Tech Media prize terms and conditions. Now, hey, if you're not sure what those are, no problem. You can find the full T's and C's in that Handouts tab. Again, just click into the Handouts section, scroll down to the bottom, and you'll find the full T's and C's waiting for you there. Now, the absolute most important thing to remember here today is that we love getting all your insightful questions during these live webinars. In fact, we love it so much that we have a special additional prize for all you inquisitive folks out there. In today's MegaCast, we will be giving away a prize for the best question asked in each of our sessions. Now, the expert speakers and teams will review all the questions asked after the webinar, which means that even if your question does not get read out in a live session, there is still a chance to win. If you are a lucky winner here today and would like to donate the value of your prize, we have several wonderful organizations that we partner with. So let us know when we follow up about winning, and we will get that rolling for you. Again, we are so happy to have you all here with us live at the MegaCast today, and we want to keep that good feeling going. So let's connect on social. Reach out and connect with Actual Tech Media on Twitter and LinkedIn. We have lots of great content, and we always want to hear from you. Now, if you're looking for more awesome content right away after we wrap, you want to jump right in, make sure that you subscribe to the Actual Tech Media channel on YouTube. Another fun way to win a prize and to grow this awesome community is to refer an industry friend or coworker to the Actual Tech Media webinar series. Now, you're going to find a link to do that right there in that Handouts tab, and you will also be automatically redirected after we wrap today. Now, both you and your coworker, your friend, could win a prize, and we actually hold those drawings every month. So be sure you refer somebody awesome before you head out today. It could quite literally be a win-win situation. Next, we have a cool opportunity for the decision makers out there to get connected with new and emerging tech and innovative vendors. Here's how it works. All you need to do is click on the link in your Handouts tab and fill out the application. Then the Actual Tech crew will match you with some vendors that we think you should be chatting with based on your needs. There will also be fun opportunities that you can choose to join in, like surveys or test running new solutions, extended demos, and so on. You'll get some chances to win extra prizes, you'll chat with great people, and you will learn about the hottest new trends in tech. So be sure to apply, or hey, send that link to a decision maker in your team. Now, I want to take a quick minute here to remind you about one of my favorite resources, and that is ransomware.org. You can find everything you need to know about ransomware, how to prepare, how to prevent and recover. The site is jam-packed with information, helpful tips, checklists, strategic approaches, case studies, everything you need in one place. So wherever you are in your ransomware preparedness journey, there is something for you at ransomware.org. So go check it out and start exploring. All right, I have one more exciting resource I have to tell you about today, and that is the Gorilla Guide Book Club. It's going to give you access to free enterprise IT books authored by top industry experts, so you can stay up to date on trending enterprise technology. And yes, these books are going to work on your Kindle, your mobile device, and they are completely free, super easy. You can download these awesome resources at gorilla.guide, and there's a link for you in the handouts tab as well. Okay, well, we've covered a lot of important things already, and I don't know about you all, but I am excited to dive in. So let's get rolling.
All right, folks, it is time to jump into the good stuff here, because today we are talking about empowering and protecting remote workers. And this is something that I am extremely and genuinely passionate about, because for many of us, remote or hybrid is just the way that we work now. It's the new office space. And I'll speak for myself. I'm fully remote. And there are definitely things that I love about it. And there are definitely things that I really miss about the office. You know, there's all kinds of benefits, especially I have to say the morning commute. I do not miss that. Not getting in traffic, that's just a huge one. But there's also some challenges. And there's challenges, you know, to team building, to managing, to technology, empowering if you're trying to scale your teams, hiring and onboarding, and really just enabling your workforce to work. And it's important to consider your specific environment as well. The kind of work that you do, the team structure you have, what tools people actually need and access. Are you new to remote and hybrid structures? Or, actual tech media here, we call ourselves cloud native. Remote native. we're remote native. We've been remote since the beginning. And all of these things can make a difference in how you're structuring your solutions, addressing your needs, looking at those opportunities and obstacles. So basically, this is a very big topic. And luckily today, we have a very big MegaCast, a MegaCast to match it. So get excited, settle in, get your feet up, grab that cup of coffee, because today we will be hearing from some top experts from Keeper Security, Access Security, Rubrik, Rapid7, Tanium, Nisuni, Palo Alto, VMware, and Cisco, who are all leading an industry-setting new standards for all of these things that we're going to be talking about today around protecting and empowering that remote workforce. And this is such a cool conversation. I can't wait to get into it. So let's get started. I'll start again by reintroducing myself. Again, Jess Steinbach. I'm a moderator here at Actual Tech Media. We will also be joined a little bit later on by Scott Becker, and Keith Ward is going to be here to do a little bit of a keynote chat. So you've got the whole moderator team hanging out with us today. And in other good news, let's talk about prizes. Today on the MegaCast, you could win one of 3 Apple iPad Airs, plus we will be giving away a $300 Amazon gift card every 30 minutes. So stay tuned for that, and that's not including the best question gift card that we've got at the end of each session. Now, as I mentioned a little bit earlier on, you can find the full T's and C's for all our prize giveaways in that handouts tab. So if you do have any questions, lingering questions about that, head on over to the handouts tab and check out those terms and conditions. But we are going to keep things moving right along here, because up next we are going to be chatting with Keith Ward, who's one of my fellow moderators here, and he's going to be having a little bit of an interview conversation with Joey D'Antoni, principal consultant at Denny Cherry and Associates. Now, this is going to be a really great way to kind of give you some a bit of an intro idea to some of the challenges, the considerations, maybe some of the trends and things that you can be keeping in mind as we go through our sessions here today, as we're listening to our expert speakers. So kicking things off for us today, Keith and Joey. I can't wait to dive in. So Keith, I'm going to hand the mic right on over to you. Take it away, my friend.
Hey, everyone, and welcome to this keynote presentation. I'm excited to be with you today and excited to be here with Joey D'Antoni to discuss this topic. So Joey, for those of you who don't know, is principal consultant with Denny Cherry and Associates. He's a Microsoft Data MVP, a VMware vExpert, and sought after author and speaker, sought after by us as well as other people. Joey, it's a pleasure to have you here today.
Thanks, Keith. This is a topic I enjoy talking about, so I'm happy to have a nice discussion.
Great. Terrific. All right, well, let's dive in then. Remote work is a reality. Let's just admit that. And it's a genie that is not going back in the bottle. There's a lot of employees who are going back to offices, but despite that, a significant number are still working in a hybrid setting where they're occasionally there, occasionally not, or a lot of them are staying remote full time. And companies are aware of this and are really having to recognize that and deal with it. So that creates big problems for the folks in IT that have to make all of that work and make it work securely. So first question for you today, Joey. What would you say are the biggest IT challenges in remote work for first organizations and then employees?
From an organizational perspective, I think part of it is changing your mindset around how you do IT management for employees. I see this from both sides because my wife works for a pretty traditional organization, and they kind of manage things, and she's hybrid, so she's in the office 3 times a week. In our firm, where I kind of handle a lot of the technology stuff, we've been all remote since we started. We've never had an office. I still see them doing a lot of traditional things like tightly managed laptops or tightly managed devices, as opposed to loosely coupled devices that are kind of disconnected. We've seen a lot of challenges kind of in that space. It's not, the tools have really evolved, and they were evolving before even COVID happened. So it's not like it was a new thing, but getting adopted, those sorts of tools adopted and not just going, traditional methods is definitely something that's a challenge. From an employee perspective, I think still, and this is the one place where I run into it in consulting engagements too. I feel like the onboarding process is something that can be best done in person because there's a lot of, transitional knowledge that needs to happen, like where the files live on the file share, if you're still using a file share, or OneDrive or Dropbox, or pick your flavor of service, how workflows work, how things kind of work together. And then the other kind of challenge for both the organization, I think, and the employee is, and this is very dependent on service contracts and who your hardware provider is, but we've been having some problems with a particular hardware provider who I won't name, but just hardware support in general. It's a little bit easier when you're central and you can have a help desk that has, a large amount of hardware, not a large amount, but spare hardware available that they can just hand to an employee. I know I've been really generous to my wife and kind of outfitted her with a whole second set of everything but her laptop. So like her office is basically the same as mine. So it's fairly interchangeable, but her organization didn't do that for him.
Yeah. Okay. So here's kind of a tricky one. How do companies strike that balance between allowing remote workers to get work done and still staying safe? So if you lock them down too much, if you restrict access too much, workers won't be able to get as much done, right? So, how do you achieve that balance? And is there really a balance to find here, or do you just need to lock everything down?
This is really an interesting topic because I can't remember which company's data breach it was, if it was LastPass or if it was somebody else a month or two ago. One of the attack vectors that the threat actors used was to go through an employee's personal computer that was connected to their network, and that was how they were able to get the malware in the network. I'm really a fan of secure endpoints and not so much as just always being on the network. I think that gives the IT organization a little bit more flexibility around giving the end users more rights so they can do their job, especially if you're talking about folks like software developers. But anything sensitive is going to go through a secure endpoint, whether it be GitHub or Office 365 or Google Apps. The alternative approach, of course, is to have a fully connected device. And those are managed just like they would be if they were in the office. And typically when we see those, we see that is where you see a little bit more lockdown device where it's kind of traditional where users don't have any sort of administrative privilege. All apps have to come through a catalog. And I think that's always, whether you're on-prem or hybrid or even fully remote, that's always a balance of the needs of the security for the system. One of the places I've consulted before was a cloud provider, and being able to access prod at the cloud provider was its own set of pain. We had a dedicated laptop for that. The laptop could only run remote desktop and like Notepad. So nothing else. And then even then you had to jump through 2 or 3 sets of jump hosts to be able to get to a prod box. Was that painful? Yes, but it was absolutely secure. So I think it kind of comes down to risk management, just like all security is. It's always a trade-off between how much you're going to let the users do, letting them get their job done, and protecting the organization and their data.
For sure. Okay, you were talking about secure endpoints, and one of the things that have always been out there, one of the most important things for these endpoints are VPNs. VPNs are still out there. They're still seen as a primary way to stay safe. So, in your opinion, are they still as viable as they used to be? And as a follow-up to that, are they enough these days?
I almost think VPNs are more of a vulnerability than, I don't want to say than not having them. Some workers will always need VPNs. So you're always going to have a subset, especially of IT employees that are running the IT operations of the organization. Those are always going to require a VPN because they're going to need to have kind of back-end access, and you don't want to have those employees going over public endpoints. But your end users don't necessarily need to be on the network directly, especially when you're using things like Google Docs or Office 365 that have internet available endpoints that are all secured. And you can tie that into your organization's authentication using multi-factor authentication. This actually decreases the risk. And it's even something we like to see customers do in an on-prem environment because of that whole loosely coupled thing. Flat networks are bad in the age of ransomware. You don't want like your file server, your database server, and your domain controllers to necessarily be directly in line of sight of end user computers, because it means if an end user computer gets infected, all those servers are at risk and your whole infrastructure is at risk. So separating that stuff out and taking advantage of some of the newer technologies, shall we say, that are kind of enabled by some of the bring your own device management solutions. Intune's the one we use, which is from Microsoft, but I know there are a few others out there that allow IT departments to kind of manage those machines loosely without them being directly connected to the network. It's really cool because like I can manage updates on our other consultants' machines without having to have them connected to a central authority to do that.
Oh, interesting. Okay. All right. We've got time for one more question here today. And in your opinion now, one of the things you're most well known for is data. What is the best thing a company can do to protect that data on remote devices? Is it the 3-2-1 rule? Is it other things? What's your take on that?
3-2-1 is important. The cloud is important. I also think trying to minimize the risk of data getting to those endpoints is pretty good. There's a lot of stuff in the, not necessarily zero trust space, but monitoring of data and tagging data so that sensitive data is identified. So you have a clear audit trail of when data hits a machine and maybe even policies around how long it can stay on a machine. One of the things I've heard that I thought was pretty cool in light of some recent defense scandals is that sensitive documents in some cases are only available on an iPad that can only be viewed in certain rooms. And that sounded awesome. Like I would love to be able to easily do that. We do a lot of work with Microsoft. So I'm most familiar with their stack. There's a lot of stuff in data loss prevention and in the Office 365 stack that enables us to do this. We've done some work with it. And it's complicated to set up, and it's not something. This is one of the tricky things about any sort of data governance activity, and this is something I consider to be a data governance activity. It's not just an IT operation. IT is not going to know what the sensitive files are. They might know some of them, but they're not going to know all of them. Those are all business decisions. And same thing with deciding the level of sensitivity and who has access. And that's what you need to do to be able to implement those controls to prevent that sensitive data from either leaving the organization or getting on a laptop that might be unsecured. And then, finally, we probably didn't cover this, but please encrypt your devices. Encryption is not a panacea, but if an end user loses a device in an airport or something like that, you don't want them to, like that. If it's encrypted, that laptop is basically useless to anyone who gets it. And if it's unencrypted, they can read all the data on it.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, that's defense in depth, isn't it?
Yeah.
You don't just do one thing. You do 2 things, 3 things, 4 things. is basically what we're talking about, especially in the remote era where things are just more vulnerable than they've ever been. Well, Joey D'Antoni, this has been a pleasure talking with you about remote work and some of the challenges. This is an issue that companies are going to be increasingly facing in the future, and I really appreciate your time and insights on that today. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks, Keith. It was great.
Well, thanks to both of you. What a great way to kick off our MegaCast here today. And now we have a question for all of you. So it's not just listening passively today. Now you get to participate. Click on the poll here. Let us know, what is the timeline that you have in mind for implementing some of the things that we're going to hear about today, some of the solutions and tools that we'll be chatting about. Are you thinking short-term, long-term, very long-term, or no sweet clue? We are just starting this process, Jess. We don't know what we need or when we need it. And all of those answers are just fine. Click on the poll, let us know. This just helps us make sure that we're getting you the information that you need based on your timelines. Now, I'm stalling a little bit because this next one that I'm very excited about our first presenter here, but they have a little bit of a challenge for me. And now some of you might recall that Keeper Security is the team that was here with us maybe a couple months ago now. Boy, that's flown by. And they challenged myself and one of their speakers to the Bean Boozled game, which is eating horrible, horrible jelly bellies like dish soap and dead fish while discussing some cybersecurity. It was great. We had a great time. It was awful. I still have PTSD. I've not eaten a Jelly Belly since. And they have a new challenge for me today. So I'm going to go get ready for that. But I'm going to leave you here, and I'll join you back shortly. We're going to be chatting with Jonathan Padilla, Solution and Sales Engineer at Keeper Security. Jonathan is clearly absolutely crazy, but amazing, and here with us to chat through some really cool things from Keeper Security and play a little game. So I'm going to hand things on over to Jonathan. I'll be back with you all shortly.
Thanks, Jess, and we're so excited to be here today with MegaCast. And without further ado, my name is Jonathan Padilla, a Solutions and Sales Engineer here with Keeper Security, and today we're going to be talking about empowering and protecting remote workers. But first, Jess, let's talk about this spiced out Q&A. What's going on with that?
Jonathan, I have to say, your team has now asked me to play some hockey. We've eaten some terrible Jelly Bellies. This is the first time I've been a little scared coming into a chat with you. But we are you're going to go through, you're going to give us some information, you're going to tell us some really cool stuff. When we get to the end of your presentation, we're going to do some Q&A with the audience, as we always do. But here's the twist. While we are going through your questions, we are going to be eating some progressively hotter hot sauces on some chips. So we're going to be going through an extreme gauntlet of spice in order to get you the most interesting information possible, along with a little bit of entertainment. So that's what's coming for you as soon as we wrap.
That is awesome. I can't say I'm excited about this opportunity, but I am excited to warm things up.
Ooh,
that said, let's get started. All right. So, Pam, before we continue with Pam, I want to just clarify something. There's no such thing as like this Pam software. But I'm going to say it this way, PAM solution. We're used to hearing that. PAM solution. What is a PAM solution? What's PAM anyway? I'm going to read this verbatim because it's highly important we read this verbatim to understand what is PAM anyway and articulating what exactly it comprises of. So this is it. PAM refers to a comprehensive cybersecurity strategy comprising of people, right, processes, technology to do what? To control, monitor, and secure, audit all human and non-human privilege identities and activities across an entire enterprise environment. Yes, human and non-human. What do you mean non-human, Jonathan? Well, machines, codes, scripts, CI/CD command pipelines, anything automated. IoT devices, for example, IoT cities. Very important, especially IoT city. So PAM, that's what it consists of. So now let's understand that. Understand PAM solution or PAM platform. And what it does. Let's move on. All right, so internal and external challenges of organizations currently. Okay, let's go through some of these real quick. And I'm sure many of you are encountering some of these things yourself. Infrastructure consists of both human and machines, as we articulated before. Right? But look at this second point here. The traditional IT perimeter has vaporized. Well, what are you talking about, Jonathan? Well, the traditional IT perimeter, on-prem, inside of your environment, edge firewalls and switches and all sorts of stuff, networks, machines. And so you had a traditional IT perimeter in that on-prem environment, whether it had to do with security, infrastructure, or machines, right? So, or even humans. All right, look at this. So now what happened? Well, during COVID, we had a big exit strategy, right? Big exit strategy. Wait, did everybody have an exit strategy? No, they didn't. That's the problem. COVID hit so hard, people started working remotely from home. They had a great on-prem traditional IT perimeter and security, but now they're working from home, and the vulnerability and the attack surface has increased dramatically and tremendously from working from home. I mean, I know I was scared when Keeper said, hey, we're working from home now. I'm like, oh man, there's a lot of people who are working from home that don't know how to work from home securely. Oh my God, their networks, their machines, there's a lot going on there. I'm sure a lot of you felt this pain. So traditional cybersecurity solutions are heterogeneous. Let's talk about that real quick as well. A heterogeneous, not homogeneous. Right, so what's heterogeneous mean? It means that your cybersecurity solutions, you are paying into multiple pieces of software or solutions to cover your what? Your cybersecurity strategy, right? Your PAM strategy. But what happens with heterogeneous environments? Right? Heterogeneous environments, they dramatically increase your operating risks. What do you mean, Jonathan? Well, you have disparate pieces of software, right? Individualized pieces of software. They're not homogeneous. They don't work together at all. And now all of a sudden, you have to worry about vulnerabilities to this piece of software, that solution, that platform. And they're go and manage it, maintain it, and patches, and that's a lot of work. And that increases the operating risk. Let's look at this last one. Right? What happens with heterogeneous solutions and applications? Purchasing, deploying, and managing disparate software is cost prohibitive. All right, it costs a lot of money to pay for that software and that piece of software to cover that, and that piece of software to cover that. All this disparate software. Now I've got to deploy it. Now I've got to manage it. Now I have to maintain that. That is time is money, and it's like you need a dedicated employee for that sometimes. Security is a serious thing. So let's go on to this next slide here, and keep on expanding on this. So key problems with traditional PAM solutions, or privileged access management solutions. As we already discovered in that previous slide, all of a sudden this disparate software is cost prohibitive, costing you a lot of money to cover those strategies. It's difficult to provision, but why? How is something difficult to provision, Jonathan? Well, let's think about this. Whether you have 50 users or 18,000 users. I've dealt with companies on a broad spectrum of how many employees they've had. You need to be able to provision this platform solution to your end users easily. So integrating with your identity providers such as Microsoft Azure, Okta, OneLog, and all those identities is important, so you can do what? Automatic provisioning of your users that will be utilizing such a platform, such solution in your environment. Opaque. Let me not skip this one. Apologies, everybody. Difficult to use. This is a really important one. Difficult to use. I experienced this myself, and this is why for many years, literally myself, doing IT for 28 years now, I was like, I never got into that kind of like secrets management, PAM space. And why? Because I always looked at it, I'm like, man, those guys are smart, high level, working on code and that command line. It was just, for me, it was difficult. I didn't know how to use that. I'm like, forget it. I can't use this. Even with just credentials, just passwords, I'm like, I can't use this thing. It's too hard. So I'll just keep on doing my processes, which causes vulnerabilities. In my early days, I didn't know that. In my early days, I didn't know any of this stuff. I wasn't able to use it, so hard to use that I just didn't. That causes vulnerabilities. Opaque visibility. What do you mean by that? Well, I need to understand who's using what. Who's using a machine, who's using a privileged account, or privileged username and password, or what code or script or machine is using our information that's privileged as well to run automations. I need visibility into that. And many PAM platforms don't provide that visibility. It's kind of hard to track that information. So all of a sudden you're paying into another piece of software. Again, disparate, heterogeneous, not homogeneous. Inadequate security. Well, what do you mean by that, Jonathan? Oh, this goes across the board. It's a broad spectrum, starting from outside of your network, coming into your network, what your network topology is like in security, down to your users and devices, and the software and solutions that you're utilizing are inadequate security. What do you mean by that? Well, across the spectrum with the software aspect of it, softwares could cause vulnerability, maybe because how they store data. They store data in clear text instead of an encrypted format right there on your device. Let me say that again. Doesn't it sound nice when you're accessing information locally on your device and it's encrypted and you're accessing it securely? That covers inadequate security on a device and human level. That's important. I said that for a reason. Let's continue. Let's look at this now. Let's look at this. This is something I was faced with. I was a IT director at an institution. And this is what I was faced with our PAM solution. I'm like, man, and as I said it before, I wish this was easy to use. 84% of them. We're talking about the people that are using PAM. I'm not alone. I was a sucker this whole time. I thought they were awesome, just slamming at it, doing their job. No, they have difficulties as well. It's not simple to use. And this is what they want. They want simplicity. They want cost efficiencies, right? 68% pay for wasted features. That's not cost efficient. It's not cost efficient. You're paying for something you're not utilizing. And last but not least, 85% require a dedicated staff member to manage and maintain that. Right? I don't have time for that. As an IT director, I don't have time to manage and maintain that. My help desk didn't have time to manage and maintain that. That was literally a full-time job with the PAM platform we were utilizing. And then I started questioning, okay, this PAM platform costs me this much. I'm paying this user this much equals this much. I was like, man, for this much money, I could be getting a way cool piece of software handling these strategies. Let's continue. Here we are. So Keeper is here to disrupt the market, disrupt the disingenuous approach to PAM, to their cybersecurity strategies. Right, so let's look at that. So Keeper Cybersecurity PAM platform, it does enable organizations to achieve full visibility, not opaque visibility, security and controls, reportings across your entire environment, whether it's a user or a device or a script or a code, across your entire organization. Keeper makes it cost effective. I'm sure you guys have questions like, well, how? We'll get into some of that. Fast provisioning. Well, I could easily explain that one. Keeper integrates with any identity provider through System for Cross-Domain Identity Management, SCIM provisioning, allowing you to automatically provision anywhere from 5 users to 18,000 users easily and expediently without much manual work. Wouldn't it suck to manually add 18,000 users? I can't imagine. My finger would be stuck forever. It's something that's easy to use. And when I think easy to use, and naturally, just my natural sense says something easy to use has a GUI interface. It has a GUI interface. That's easy to use for me because I understand. I can point, click, I can see things. I'm more of a visual person. Pervasive visibility. Pervasive visibility is important. So you have full visibility across your entire organization of what's going on. Whether it's basic credential usage to log into a website or application, or a high-level script and code doing the function on a system, or whatever you're doing. Visibility into that. Active visibility. Understanding maybe at that moment by getting an email or an SMS message, or my favorite is a webhook, like Microsoft Teams or Slack or something like that. Pervasive visibility, expedient, immediate. I could take action. With pervasive visibility. Last but not least, world-class visibility. Keeper's encryption model is quite amazing. We encrypt information within the vault level. In the vault, your information is encrypted. Unlike traditional PAM platforms, which only encrypt and decrypt at that vault level, right? Like just you unlock the door to your house, you walked in, and all the And and normally all the doors in your house, or the bathroom and bedrooms and everything, are just, there's no locks to them. They're just, you walk right in, great. Well, no. In the keeper house, you better have a key to every single room, house, drawer, silverware drawer you're going to open up, pots and pans. You better have a key to all of that, individual key to all of that to get access to it. Not this one master key to open, everything up. So that's important. Holding and storing information in a secure format and accessing it secure. Let's continue. So let's look at Keeper's PAM solution. Right? Comprising of people and processes and technology. So our PAM solution puts all pieces of our technology together to cover your strategy. Or maybe your strategy is just basic password management. Where we see 3 pieces of software here. That is considered PAM, depending on your approach. What is your cybersecurity, or what is your PAM strategy in your organization? What are you trying to cover? Again, remember, you're paying into software and some of the features you don't need. The same goes for our platform. What do you need with Keeper? What do you need to cover your strategies? Is it basic password management? Well, we have that. We have that up here. Right? We have that right there in Keeper Enterprise Password Manager. It enables your organizations to manage, maintain, protect, secure, share securely, and have visibility and controls over those credentials that are getting utilized across applications, systems, whatever you're utilizing. And if that's your strategy, then fantastic. Guess what? Boom, that's all you need. Let's rock and roll. But this may have to run deeper. The information you're utilizing, some of those usernames and passwords you're storing have nothing to do with applications and websites. They have to do with maybe accessing machines, SQL servers, Kubernetes clusters, or VNCing, RDPing, SSHing into systems you got to manage and maintain. And here's the thing that drives me nuts. We have to do that securely, because providing someone the credential directly leads to too many vulnerabilities. Well, and I do want to jump down right here to Keeper Connections Manager. We'll get into secrets management in just a moment. I'm doing it this way for a reason. Connection management provides you an easy, seamless, agentless, a single point of access to secure access to gain secure access and connectivity. So I'll say it this way without reading verbatim: to your infrastructure, your internal resources in your environment, regardless if it's an application, system. It provides secure access to your organization's infrastructure, any aspect of it, whether you're accessing a system or a cluster or an SQL database. Providing secure access, not being able to see the credentials or having to type them out or copy and paste them. Just being able to say, I need to connect to this system. My admin allows me to, and now I'm connected. Now that needs to be done securely. So I love Keeper Secrets Manager. What is Keeper Secrets Manager? It's the practice of obscurity. I like obscuring information. So it doesn't matter if it's an RDP connection that's requesting the credentials to that server in secret from the vault, or some of your scripts and code. Maybe you have a Docker container, a Docker file, and you don't want to expose usernames or passwords or directories within those files, and you want to keep them secret. So you can utilize Keeper Secrets Manager to deliver that information securely to any, for example, CI/CD command pipelines, Ansible, Jenkins, GitHub Actions, etc., etc. I know you secrets manager people out there are like, yes, that's what we're looking for. That's what I want. And it needs to be easier. And so all of that stated, if all 3 of these platforms comprise of your PAM strategy, then here's the cool part. It's not heterogeneous. It's homogeneous. It all works together. All one platform. This is now cost. This now removes that cost prohibitive part, and now this is cost effective. One platform, one piece of software that you need to pay into. That's easy to use, easily manageable, and maintainable, because we're already handling that on the Keeper side. We're already handling that with our SaaS-based platform. Well, let's look at this though. So Keeper PAM addresses some key points, so requirements for some organizations. So now let's talk about what is PAM again. Well, let's look at it. Here's some of the needs inside an organization, and these needs is what comprise of their PAM strategy: password management, password sharing, password rotations against system accounts, service accounts, SQL accounts, Azure accounts, Amazon accounts. Yeah, Keeper can do a lot of stuff. Secrets management for the DevOps team, privilege session management. I mean, I can list these through and through. You guys see that the need is there. Many of you can understand and relate to this. And I'm happy and excited to let you know that Keeper can cover those strategies. Well, now that I've got things heated up here with everybody, let's find out what's going on with this spiced out Q&A. Jess?
Jonathan, I can't say I'm happy to be back here with you, but we're here. We're going to do some Q&A. And while we do this Q&A, I'm going to ask you, I think we're going to have time for about 4 questions. We're going to do 4 peppers. So we're going to do a Chipotle, then a Cayenne, then a whiskey habanero. Oh man, guys, we're bringing it home with a ghost pepper. I'm so scared. Okay.
All right.
Jonathan.
Yes, that is a scary one.
That's
scary.
We're starting with the Chipotle pepper. So Chipotle pepper it up. And Jonathan and I talked about this. We agreed that if we're going to do this, we're going to not wuss out. We're putting a decent amount. Oh, that's too much. I did too much, guys.
All right, well, you're going to have to do it. You're going to have to do it.
I have instant regret.
Yeah.
Okay, Jonathan.
There's a lot there. So we eat this first and we start the Q&A?
Mm-hmm. Oh, I hate it. Oh, it's so bad.
That's a little hot.
Jonathan, is the Keeper Skim REST endpoint also used to manage provision users who would use the PAM functionality? Or is there additional API that allows REST-based management of additional user abilities?
So that's a very good question and a deep one, especially when my mouth is already burning. So here's a cool thing. Keeper Skim, I'm going to say it this way. Keeper can integrate with any identity provider when it comes to Skim provisioning. Again, if you go into your IDP, whether it's Microsoft Azure, Office 365, Okta, et cetera, and you go look for it to add an application, my mouth is going.
Yeah.
Add an application, you'll find Keeper there. When you add it, you look in there, you'll see that we have a section there ready to facilitate and support Skim provisioning quickly and easily. It takes literally about 5 minutes to set Skim up. And if you're utilizing the UI and GUI base to set it all up and get Skim interconnected, it's a very easy, straightforward process that we have documented. Now, I will state a lot of platforms don't have, say for like Shibboleth, for example. A lot of platforms don't have like this integrated application that already has this built out and whatever. It's like you have to program it. So I'm happy to tell you that Keeper does have API Skim you can call against to provision your users and program against it if you would like. And it would provision those users onto the Keeper platform, which will provide and allow them to utilize secrets management at that point.
Jonathan, that was a very impressive answer, knowing how high that last spice was or sauce was. And now we're going to see if you can replicate it, because we're kicking things up a notch to our whiskey habanero. I have to tell you all out there, I am not a spicy person. I'm a mild person. This is just not in my wheelhouse. Oh God, right. I did so much again. Why? Okay. Why did I do that?
I'll hang with you on that aspect. Now this is a lot. Oh, it's so much it's spilling on my desk, but it's okay. It even got on my pants. Oh my God. That one's a little hotter.
A little hotter. Jonathan, where exactly are the post format scripts executed?
That's a very good. That's a very, very, very good question. And those scripts are either run on the gateway itself, that's communicating with. Well, make a long story short, this gateway is what communicates with secrets inside of the vault. And if you attach a script to one of the records or one of the secrets that it's going to get utilized, that script either runs on the gateway directly within your environment where you installed the gateway, either Windows or Linux, or it's going to get utilized to do a remote call to a system within that environment that the gateway has access to do a script. For example, over WinRM, for example, to run that script. So that's where they would be run, those post scripts.
Okay, great. I was hoping you'd answer a little longer so that we could wait, but guys, it is time for the cayenne. Ooh. The nice thing about this though is that my tongue is actually getting more and more numb as we go. I'm trying to pick a smaller chip so it makes the hot sauce look like there's more of it.
Now, I've heard that, eating hot sauce is supposed to be somewhat euphoric and an endorphin rush, but I don't think I've ever pushed myself to the limit to experience that. And I'm right with you. It's like, wow, this is like a completely different experience, yet hot. And I'm trying to maintain. I think I'm going to break a sweat after this one.
Okay. Cayenne. Does the on-prem gateway run on Windows or Linux? Go.
Oh, man, I think I totally accidentally answered that. The gateway can run on Windows or Linux. It doesn't matter if it's physical. It doesn't matter if it's virtual. Wow, this is hot. This one's getting hotter as I talk.
Yep.
One second, guys.
It's getting worse.
Physical, virtual. I'm about to cry here. I'm sweating already. For the physical, virtual, on-prem, or in the cloud, it doesn't really matter. You can run it on Windows or Linux. Physical, virtual, on-prem, or in the cloud. It's hot.
Jonathan, I almost touched my eyes.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Do you need to go rinse your eyeballs out?
I stopped myself. Everyone in the audience was screaming at me. I could hear it. Okay, we are running out of time, but we are going to fit this last one in because I know that your team is not going to let us skip this one. We are going to do the ghost pepper. Jonathan, we're going to give it a really good dollop. We're going to give it like a solid go. Like if we're doing this, we're doing this, right?
All right. My hands are shaking.
Yeah, I hate myself a little bit.
There's a lot on there, guy. I mean, I'm not even. You see it? I mean, if I showed you, it's spilling in my hands.
I went big. Okay. All right, go forward.
Oh my God. Okay.
Okay, Jonathan. Why does your team hate me so much? Jonathan, do the post-rotate scripts have a standardized format like PS1, BAT, etc., or a template list? Oh, it's in my throat.
Yeah. Yeah, let me. I've got nothing to drink. And this is getting hot. All right. Okay. So, I have a question. Or do they have a standard format, right? A PS1, a BAT file?
Yep.
So, yeah, absolutely. You can. A lot of people already. A lot of people are already writing scripts in PS1, PowerShell, BAT files, .sh files, Linux, all sorts of files. And yeah, those are standardized formats you can utilize. Whatever you're utilizing, whatever scripting language you're utilizing in your environment, you can utilize it. Do we have any current templates? Like, hey, here's a template you can use, and this script is going to do this for you. No, not currently. But so it's going to utilize the current scripts you have. I really like the thought and idea of throwing a bunch of really cool examples up there of what people could do. And we have some examples if you look at our documentation. But I think it'd be really nice to have a long list of some scripts available to people already templated out. It's a really good idea. Something to consider on our side, most definitely.
Okay, you go.
Jonathan.
I am dying. I didn't think I was going to be able to finish that sentence.
I need to go. Mark, I'm going to go drink the rest of this milk. Jonathan, we're going to have to leave it there. Before you leave, go real quick, while it's still hot and spicy for you. What does somebody do if they want to jump in with Keeper Security? How do they get started?
Absolutely. I would highly recommend that you can either go to our page and go to our contact us form and reach out to us to find out more about our PAM solution, see how it fits in your environment. Or if you're taking notes, if you're taking notes, go ahead and just email over to sales@keepersecurity.com. One of our dedicated ISRs are going to reach out to you and schedule something in so you can check out our platform and discover it.
Well, Jonathan, I can honestly say this is one of the worst experiences I've had with you in a while. I appreciate you. I appreciate your team. Thank you for continuing to bring the fun and the info.
And thanks for joining us today. It's been a time. It's been a time.
Thank you very much. And I would say I appreciate it, which I really do, but I have something to take care of.
Yeah, we gotta go. I'm gonna get that.
Sorry, I clicked my camera off midway through my sentence because my brain is not working. I was just trying to say that I'm going to get the poll up and Jonathan's going to go drink some milk. And then I stopped my camera. Well, there's a poll question up for all of you. Well, hang on. I'm going to mute and drink a glass of milk. Can you all answer that poll for me? Okay. All right. I'm back. So let us know what additional information you would like to get about the Keeper solution. Again, a great way to make sure you're getting the follow-ups that you need to the awesome and incredibly challenging conversation that Jonathan and I just had. Thank you to all of you out there. I saw some great feedback coming in about milk and peanut butter. I am going to go have a scoop of peanut butter now. That sounds like a great plan. Also, I was looking at the camera just now, and I thought I was putting a ton on. I think Jonathan was putting on like 5 times as much hot sauce as I was. So, okay, kudos to Jonathan. I will send him a message and make sure he's okay. While we're doing that, while you're getting to that poll, I'm going to go ahead and give away a prize. So we're going to start with a $300 Amazon gift card. Now, this is a quick reminder that you do need to be here live and present with us at the MegaCast in order to win. Our first winner of a $300 Amazon gift card, sorry, my brain is melting from ghost peppers, is Brandon Johnson of Ohio. Brandon Johnson of Ohio, congratulations on your $300 Amazon gift card. Now, we'll be in touch about claiming your prize after we wrap up the webinar. Don't forget, there are still lots more chances to win, so stay tuned for that. I'm also going to remind you guys to head on over to the handouts tab, and I'll keep reminding you of that after every session. But there's some great handouts and takeaways. So Keeper Security has a data sheet out for all of you. The next gen zero trust and zero knowledge privilege access management or PAM solution designed to fully protect your perimeters and multi-cloud environments with only the features you need. So this is a great follow-up to the conversation that we just had with Jonathan. And I promise we won't even make you eat hot sauce while reading it. So please do go and grab that. All right, well, we are going to keep things moving right along, and this next group has promised me they will not be asking me to eat any weird Jelly Bellies or spicy foods. So they're already on the top of my list. Let's bring them on out here. We are going to be chatting with Access Security next, and I am so excited to introduce these two speakers to you. Now, they're actually familiar faces here on the MegaCast, so some of you have heard them speak. You know that we're in for a treat. I love this duo. We're going to be hearing from John Spiegel, Director, Network Transformation, Field CTO, and Jay Tilson, Director of Strategy, Field CTO, both from Access Security. As I said, wonderful, wonderful presenters and always fun to listen to. I can't wait to jump into this. So I'm going to hand things on over to you. Take it away, team.
John Spiegel. I'm joined by my colleague, Jay Tilson. Together, Jay and I have over 50 years of experience running enterprise infrastructure teams as well as security teams. So we've sat in your chair and we've experienced the daily challenges you face. Recently, Jay and I left the enterprise space and moved to a company called Access Security. The reason? We both believe that networking and security are mired in complexity. We believe there's a better way. So thank you for joining us on our journey to empowering and protecting the remote worker.
I think we can all agree that in the last few years, the technology world has evolved faster than ever before, especially with the pandemic being a major catalyst for what is now called the modern workplace. Users, devices, and data are now everywhere, but those legacy tools that we are so familiar with and we rely on today were not designed for the cloud and mobile world that we live in. This has made it difficult to empower and protect our remote workers, and the bad guys know this and are using it to their advantage. As a result, cyber attacks are increasing at an alarming rate. Ransomware was named the top threat type for 2021, with the number of attacks increasing over 140% in the second half of the year alone. Ransomware damages are expected to exceed $30 billion worldwide in the coming year. This means that in the new world of the digital citizen, securing our remote workforce is critical for every IT and security team to prioritize. So let's look at some more statistics.
Jay mentioned ransomware was named the top threat in 2021. But there are other concerns for our security teams. Social engineering threats have increased by a whopping 270%. There's also a 1,500% increase in attacks against VPNs. The IPsec protocol, which we all rely on for remote access, has over 400,000 lines of code. It's also been around since the 90s. What this means is new bugs are being discovered almost every week. This also means that you are now the target. The remote worker, both the employee and their doppelganger off-the-clock persona, are now the bullseye for bad actors. Your digital work life and life personas are now on the front lines.
So let's look at some of the ways in which we can secure access for our users. You have hub and spoke. This is a progression from the old castle and moat design where everyone was inside your perimeter. But this design still focuses on having on-premise security, even though some of the users and their data and devices have started to move to the cloud. There is still a heavy reliance on MPLS and internal data centers. This model is complex to configure and to administrate, and you need to feed and water applications to ensure that they remain secure, and also you have to go through hardware renewal cycles. Patching all of your systems in this design is critical to protect against attack. Then there is virtual cloud firewalls. This is an evolution of the hub and spoke design, moving some of those legacy-based security systems that used to run on hardware to cloud-based solutions. The aim here is to remove some of the burdens of keeping systems secure. However, in a lot of cases, this means backhauling internet traffic to your corporate network and data center. This design is supposed to make things simpler to manage, but in my experience, it can lead to further complexity and cost. Then there is SSE. In my mind, this is the design of the future and what people should start to move towards. Security Service Edge. This is delivering all of your connectivity and security tools from the cloud. Gone are the days of patching all of your systems, and SSE is going to stand side by side with you in the battle against the bad guys.
So Jay mentioned this new framework called SSE. What is it? SSE is part of a larger framework called SASE. Introduced in 2019, SASE addresses the traditional dilemma presented to every network and security engineer when they're faced with deploying a new application. Do I favor speed or security? In the past, you could only select one, and we all know what the CIO favors. Speed, because it equals employee productivity. With SASE, you can have both. You can solve that dilemma. How? By creating a network and security fabric which extends closest to the employee, third party, via points of presence or POPs. Applications can now be secured and delivered with high performance. SASE is delivered in two technology stacks. There's the WAN edge, which you see on the left, and SSE, which you see on the right. How's this framework being adopted? Recently, Access commissioned a report on SSE adoption with our partners at Cybersecurity Insiders. So let's dive into some of the results.
The report has some very good insights and is well worth a read, but I want to pull out just one key statistic. The report showed that the adoption of SSE is going to skyrocket during 2023 and beyond. You can see from the slide that when asked, 65% of businesses stated that they plan to adopt SSE in the next 24 months, with 27% want to adopt SSE as quickly within the next 6 months, and another 16% in 6 to 12 months. When you read the report, you can see the adoption is based on a number of key factors. The first one is that there is a real push for consolidation of security tools, and companies will look to purchase an SSE platform to help remove as many of these tools as possible. The second key factor is visibility. As I have mentioned before, users' data and their applications are now everywhere, and those legacy tools of the past that gave us visibility no longer work. People need tools to give them visibility of attacks because you really can't protect against what you can't see. And then there is zero trust. The US government has dictated thou must do zero trust. And the report highlights that people see SSE as a strategic move towards zero trust. And many companies will start their SSE journey with Zero Trust Network Access, or ZTNA.
Given the growth of the hybrid workforce, the rise in SSE adoption isn't a surprise. The report shows that SSE is seen as a strategic initiative to enable and secure the workforce, with 39% of the respondents viewing SSE as the most important part of their zero trust strategy. This is over identity, over SSO, or even MFA. More importantly, companies are looking to implement SASE, with 67% of businesses planning to implement SASE's strategy with SSE versus WAN Edge as their starting place.
So before we dig deeper into the Access SSE platform, I have some exciting news. HP and Aruba Networks recently acquired Access, and this deal will bring together the best-in-class WAN Edge company with the most innovative SSE platform on the market. The result is going to be a unique approach and a unified approach to SASE. As this announcement is still new, in this presentation we will focus on the network element, but let's dig deeper into the Access Atmos platform. So let's look at Access Atmos. The platform was designed on day one to bring networking and security together. It is about harmonizing what in the past was a symphony that played as individuals versus as a team. In the past, the enterprise would select one vendor for networking, one for security, one for DLP, one for the WAN, and one for cloud security controls. As we all know, this leads to operational complexity, high cost, and ultimately poor security design. Access, on the other hand, starts with a clean slate. It begins with a concept called adaptive trust. And instead of placing the employees, third parties, contractors, and their devices directly on the network, Atmos starts with a series of checks to verify the identity of the user and their device, as well as the state of the machine. Access balances this with the request for an application and data. If the calculation does not add up, then the employee does not get granted access. Building on the concept of adaptive trust, Atmos provides global reach with over 350 edges and services like SWG, CASB, and ZTNA. It brings together what were previously individual point solutions into a single integrated platform, all delivered via the public cloud. This enables secure access for the remote employees, office workers, those third parties, and contractors. At Access, we have this notion of work in harmony. The Atmos SSE platform includes the core functions of ZTNA, CASB, SWG, and DEM, Digital Experience Monitoring. At its heart is the concept of zero trust. Never trust, always verify. And this is key in the battle with the bad guys. Access can be granted to internet, SaaS applications, the public cloud, or to applications hosted in your data centers. The platform auto-mediates access at any scale. There is no pass-through connections and users are not put on your network. Unlike legacy VPNs, they do not get an IP address and they cannot go wherever they want whenever they want, and this significantly reduces your attack surface. The system auto-verifies against your access policy based on users, device, and application context and prevents any unauthorized access. This is the key to zero trust, the never trust, always verify. It brokers smart connections, it minimizes your attack surface and prevents lateral movement. We have a single data lake for all of these services, allowing full visibility for all traffic. This all adds up to increased protection against the bad guys while significantly reducing your costs, the complexity, and most importantly, securing and empowering your remote workforce.
But securing your work persona is now no longer enough. Early in this talk, I mentioned the challenge between the dichotomy of your work and life personas, meaning your digital expression of your work life and how it can bleed over to your life persona. The two can no longer remain separate. What you say, what you do, and how you act in either realm has an impact on the other. In the sense, we now live in this cyber version of the Marvel Metaverse. You now need to embody your sorcerer supreme to keep the two in check. So what are some of the ways to help here? First, in your role in supporting the remote workforce, you need to raise the awareness of this challenge. This is key. You need to find a way to advocate for digital citizenry awareness. This can be through regular emails, videos, or even working with your leadership to make it a common topic during the all-hands quarterly meeting. You need to make digital citizenry a topic within your company. Next, find teachable moments. My recommendation here is to leverage stories or lessons that happened outside your company walls. Shaming your employees, your customers, won't win you points. Rather, find examples in the news which can help get the point across. Topics can be along the lines of keeping your identity and passwords safe in both worlds. Use MFA in retaining your children's virtual worlds. For me, that's my daughter's MFA in her Roblox world, where she spends countless hours. Then work to weave the concepts of digital citizenry into the culture of your company. The benefits for you and your company are greater awareness of cyber attacks and things like phishing, fake websites, or water holing. Or tech support scams. Honestly, this works. You know. Hello, I'm John Spiegel. I'm joined by my colleague, Jay Tilson. Together, Jay and I.
Okay, folks, sorry about that. We seem to have a little bit of a loss to our line. And I was just checking to see, our system records as it goes. So I was just checking to see if we could jump back over to the recording that's going in our system here. But it looks like John and Jay were not far enough ahead. So we will unfortunately going to have to drop things there. I'm going to see if we can get John and Jay back on, and maybe we can do a little bit of a Q&A. If we aren't able to get into a live Q&A with all of us, if they get back on after we've moved past our time slot, we'll ask them to stick around on live chat. So we'll switch things over to a live chat discussion there. So sorry about that, folks. I'm not sure exactly what happened, but we'll look into that. So while we're getting the guys back on our line, we do have a question for all of you out there. And what we're wondering is what additional information you would like to get about the Access solution. So obviously some great information there from John and from Jay, and lots more to get into. And I'm sorry that we're sort of missing the back half of this. Like I said, I'm just checking to see if we can get their lines reconnected. So what I can tell you is that we will ask them to finish the presentation and make sure that the entire presentation gets into the on-demand version. So when you come back to watch this MegaCast on demand, because I know that you all watch and rewatch, and who doesn't want to see, I just lost all my taste buds for all of you earlier, and I know that you all want to watch that again. So please do come back and watch that on demand, and make sure that you've got an eye out for this Access Security presentation, because I've seen the slides from Jay and John, and it's a great presentation. So I hope that you can get through to the rest of it. All right, well, we are going to, in the meantime, yeah, Jeffrey says pesky tech gremlins. Yes, that is 100% right. For those of you who don't know, I have a little portrait of Gizmo next to me at all times, and I'm shaking my fist at him right now. All right, well, we're going to keep things moving. And like I said, we'll see if we can get John and Jay on with us for some live chat. So do take some time now and answer that poll up on the screen here, what additional information you would like to get about the Access solution. And we are also going to, Jeffrey says too spicy, it burns the feed. Oh, well played, Jeffrey. Yes, yep. We got a little ghost pepper on the line there. That's clearly what happened. Now I am also going to give away a prize. So we are going to this time give away one of the $300 Amazon gift cards, and then we're going to give away one of our grand prizes. Now, if you forgot, the grand prize that we have with us today is an Apple iPad Air. So I'm going to give away one $300 gift card and one Apple iPad Air. And you do need to be here live and present with us at the MegaCast. So our very next winner of a gift card is Chris Davis of Virginia. Chris Davis of Virginia. And our very next winner of a Apple Air, iPad Air, is Tony Scarborough of Alabama. Tony Scarborough of Alabama. You have won. All right, so we will be following up with both of you, Chris, Tony, and all of our winners after we wrap. Also, keep those questions coming in because we are looking for that best question gift card, and we do want to hear from you. All right, so while you're doing that, while you're clicking on the handout, if you haven't already clicked on the handout, we've got an awesome handout in there from Access Security Exploring Atmos at a Glance. Now, especially because we sort of got a little bit of a half a session, 2/3 of a session, there's lots more to learn. So head on over to that Handouts tab, grab that handout, Atmos at a Glance, and be sure that you are digging into how your workplace can benefit from, and they use this word elegant. I love this, the most elegant security service edge platform, or SSE platform. I always love a good elegant solution. So make sure you've got that handout before we head out. Okay, so I'm just checking to make sure. Okay, great. We are good to go. Checking on our lines here. We do have our next speaker in with us, which means we can move things right along in our presentation. And in even better news, I am very excited to introduce you all to our next speaker on today's MegaCast. We are going to be chatting with Chris Wolf, Database Solutions Architect at Rubrik. Chris, thank you so much for being here with us today on the MegaCast. I cannot wait to hear more from you, from Rubrik. I know you've got some great content to explore, and we're going to leave some time for Q&A. Lots going on. So, Chris, I'm going to step back and hand things on over to you. Take it away.
All right. Thank you very much. So, as far as empowering and protecting remote workers, some of the best ways that we found at Rubrik is by protecting their M365 information. So, ahead and click the next one here. And so here's the situation as we see it, talking to other organizations, security experts, and Microsoft themselves. Microsoft 365 is a tier 1 business critical application, just like the other SaaS apps you use to run your business. Without their 365 data, Mailbox, SharePoint, OneDrive, and Teams, your users are down. They're unproductive, and IT is in the hot seat. At the same time, the computer security firm Mandiant has given us a heads up, warning threat groups are actively targeting Microsoft 365 and understanding how to attack it. They go on and tell us 365 is a gold mine for them. And most orgs hold a lot of business critical and confidential data inside of 365 itself. And we have seen instances where M365 has suffered ransomware, malicious deletion of files, as well as many incidents where there are inadvertent deletion of business critical data that unfortunately was unrecoverable. We've seen data that says 71% of 365 users have experienced an account takeover, a type of identity theft and fraud where malicious third party gains access to users' account credentials. 81% of those have experienced an email breach. The result is IT and security leaders for the first time are evaluating the use of third-party data protection. And analysts tell us that 74% of Microsoft 365 users have identified the issue and are evaluating the need for third-party data protection. So the combination of M365, now more than ever, being a tier 1 data source and threats associated with that is leading to these two fundamental questions. You were hit by a ransomware attack on M365. Did that happen to you? The shared responsibility model is that Microsoft is responsible for keeping its cloud functional. Its subscribers are responsible for protecting the data they create within the M365 cloud. Microsoft even includes in their M365 service agreement that you regularly back up your content and data that you store on the services or store using third-party apps and services. A couple key questions arise. If you put measures in place to recover your on-premise data from ransomware, what are you doing with your M365 data? And then apart from the ransomware recovery, what would you do if you experience a rogue deletion or even accidental deletion? It happens. People, make mistakes, which 80% of M365 users have had, of critical files from the 365 itself. How would you recover that? For the data security space today, everything for the enterprise is around multiple layers of protection to the overall threat response scenario. Perimeter security, network security, endpoint security, and your application security. But of course, it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when these layers are going to be breached, no matter how much you've invested in them. When you think about the SaaS space, those layers that are part of the traditional defense in-depth are managed by your SaaS-based platforms vendors. It's part of what you make the switch to, is part of why you make the switch to SaaS, where the provider is taking ownership of those security layers. This can make your life easier from a security perspective and put security out of your purview. But keep in mind, those layers of enterprise security are different for SaaS. For the SaaS-based world, those layers become identity and authentication layers. And the main entry point into the SaaS-based world is your user credentials and user logins, which threat groups can use to gain access. Then you have Microsoft native tools that come in, like Rubrik, also follow some concepts of zero trust data security. For Microsoft, it's broken up into 4 categories that all have to do with complying with legal and regulatory standards. Knowing your data and the different levels of data protection needed, protecting it to make sure it's fully encrypted and restricting access, then preventing data loss, including oversharing of data and protecting from risky behavior that you wouldn't expect to see. Finally, governing your data. Retain what you need and delete what you won't. Because if the data is not in your environment, it can't be compromised. So if you think about Microsoft 365 tools as part of your defense in depth strategy, you have to identify and authentication layers, yes, but those identity and authentication layers can be breached. And how do native tools from Microsoft allow you to respond on their own? So once again, talking about the shared responsibility model, Microsoft is responsible for keeping its cloud functional. Its subscribers are responsible for protecting the data. So on the left is Microsoft's best practice online documentation of how to recover from a ransomware attack. The very first step in their documented process for customers is to verify their backups. And then they call out specifically how it should be your offline backups. On the right is a Microsoft Service Agreement itself, where they specifically recommend backing up their content using a third-party backup service. This means Microsoft and Rubrik together provide complete protection. Microsoft offers tools to help you control access, to keep attackers out. Compliance tools, again, help you schedule deletion so you don't keep data longer than you need to. And then classification and search tools help you comply with compliance and e-discovery. But for recovery from ransomware or accidental deletion or long-term retention, for everyday instances where you need to recover 60, 90-day-old M365 data that's been lost and that you can't recover with M365, that's where Rubrik comes in. With Rubrik and M365, you have an isolated copy of your data in Azure, but physically separated from M365 data. You can recover in bulk or use a granular 3-step recovery to any destination. Easily locate data with real-time global search as well. Rubrik eliminates manual job scheduling and streamlines policy management across tens of thousands of users. New users added or automatically protected by our SLA policies. And Rubrik auto-scales resources to seamlessly operate at scale. With Rubrik, the ability to manage everything is through our single SaaS platform that lets you protect on-premise data, hybrid cloud, and cloud applications. You now have that logical, secure air gap between your core data and your backup data protected by Rubrik. Thank you very much for your time.
Well, thank you very much. Oh, geez, as I come in with my speakers unmuted here. Well, Chris, thank you so much. That was such a great presentation and a really wonderful way to jump into this information. I know that there's a lot more to cover, and luckily we're going to keep you around for a little bit and get into some questions. But while we're doing that, I actually am going to put a poll up for all of you out there in the audience. And what we're wondering is what additional information you would like to get about the Rubrik solution. So obviously, you know, as we just said, this is a tip of the iceberg of all the cool things you can do with Rubrik. And there's lots to dive into. So please do take a minute now and click on that poll. Let them know how you would like them to follow up with you. While you're doing that, Chris and I are going to get into some Q&A. Chris, you ready for that?
Absolutely.
Okay, I thought we lost you for a second. All right, Chris. Well, let's get into these. I'm going to start with this one here. Can you talk a little bit more about the workloads that Rubrik supports in M365?
Yeah. So currently we do Exchange Online, including email, contacts, and the calendar, OneDrive, SharePoint Online, and Teams.
Great. So all the important things. That's perfect. Okay, let's see. How about does Rubrik log who accesses the backups? Ooh.
Yeah, we have that information built into the API, basically.
Perfect. So you can have reporting on all of that.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay. Awesome. Sorry, jumping through a few questions here because we've got lots of new ones coming in all the time. Does Rubrik support immutability with Microsoft 365?
Yeah. So short answer is yes. The way we store your data is through Azure Blob Storage. We work right where we don't touch the backups once they are written to the blob storage. And Microsoft has a provided worm type of immutability where you can lock down the data up to 30 days as well.
Awesome. Okay. And this is an interesting one. Because we get asked a lot about implementing new things, and is this going to slow performance or speed up performance? And we have a question here: how does Rubrik sustain performance?
So two main things. When we're backing up, doing any kind of a backup, you need compute power, obviously. So our setup provides a Kubernetes cluster that automatically adjusts to the customer's needs and is maintained by Rubrik themselves. So no need for them to get involved. Rubrik will take care of that. And then secondly, when we're doing the API calls, obviously Microsoft, any kind of cloud provider, as it were, it will kind of like push down the priority sometimes in throttling those calls. So to overcome that, we provide multiple enterprise applications set by the customer to give a bigger pool of resources to sustain that performance.
Okay. This is an interesting question because Edgar's asking you to step back a little bit and answer. Obviously, he's saying without bias. So, if you're looking at the support that's being offered once you're a Rubrik customer, Edgar's wondering, how is that support? Can they count on Rubrik along the way, and maybe training, information, ongoing interactions with your team?
Yeah, our support's pretty top notch. I work with them pretty every day, helping customers throughout the world, and so I definitely have that available anytime. It's 24/7. So.
Yeah, I can attest. The Rubrik team is very quick to respond and fun to interact with. Kind of a follow-up question here, because you were just talking about the logs, and Christian's wondering if you could actually give a little more detail on how logging is, how it's actually accessed, and how it's stored.
So through that, Kubernetes cluster, obviously, I'm not going to get too deep in the woods because otherwise I wouldn't be able to give you that much information. But basically, we'll log it all through the Kubernetes cluster. It's then pushed to the Rubrik storage itself, usually through an online kind of situation, through a SaaS platform. And then we have reporting inside that SaaS platform that'll access those logs and give you information about what happened specifically on a certain thing, basically. So.
Okay. I love this question. I'm always happy when someone asks it. Especially because there's a lot of folks out there that are weighing a few different ideas, vendor solutions. They're trying to figure out what's going to be the best fit for them. So if you were going to give them the key uniques that you see coming from Rubrik, what do you think makes you stand out?
Simplicity is the best part, aside from my Microsoft 365, I'm a database guy. So doing the database where I don't have to worry about, where are my backups, where, am I aligning the databases up right when I do my restores, things like that. Rubrik does all that for you. Same thing is pretty true with Microsoft 365. If you want to find a specific file, you can go drill into the folder itself and just get that file where you don't have to worry about, do I have to restore the entire drive? You could if you want to, but you don't have to.
Okay. Is that what, one of the questions that we see come in a lot is, how do I make this argument to my higher ups? How do I pitch this as a solution? Would you say that simplicity is that biggest argument, or is there another sort of ROI that you would throw on there?
So, how much time do your people spend on this kind of thing? ROI is definitely a big selling point when it comes to Rubrik. If they're able to do, one button press to restore things, rather than them taking hours and hours to find the right thing, to maybe, go look on Stack Overflow for the right script to be able to do what you're looking to do. This is a lot easier where you can just push a button and it does it by itself. That saves tons of time on staffing, is what I would say.
Yeah, that's a great point. And time, and also there's sort of the time-saving side of things, but then there's also the side of things of reducing fatigue and getting your people to be able to do the things that they do best. And so you're actually getting more. Not only are you saving them time, you're increasing their productivity, their engagement, and there's a huge mental boost with that as well.
Exactly. Yep.
Well, Chris, honestly, this is so interesting, and I really wish we had a little bit more time to keep going, but we are going to have to leave things there. But before you leave us, if somebody out there is really excited about Rubrik, wants to jump in and get rolling right away, or just start learning a little bit more, what would you recommend as their very first step?
So if they are already in contact with a Rubrik sales representative, set up a meeting with them. Nothing wrong with doing a business review, talking over your situation, see how we can help more. If not, Rubrik.com is really easy to get to, and you can just click there and we'll contact you that way.
Well, perfect. I love that. I think that's a great place to, a great next step. And Chris, I want to once again thank you for being here with us today for that wonderful presentation and for taking so much time to get into some of these audience questions. Now, Chris, I'll also tell you that we did not get to all the questions today, so we are going to make sure that we send those along to your team so that you guys are able to follow up. So for anyone out there that asked a question that we didn't get to, stay tuned because you will get some answers back. Chris, again, thank you so much.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for your time.
All right, and to all of you out there who took some time to answer that poll, I appreciate it. Keep those answers coming in. I also suggest that you head on over to the Handouts tab. Now, I'll keep reminding you about this because the Handouts tab, it's just absolutely full of resources and information that you all should be spending some time with after we wrap. So if you don't, obviously we're going to keep things rolling along presentation to presentation, so it's hard to stop and kind of dig in too much to these handouts now. But if you open the tab or download the PDF and hold on to those for later, this will give you some great follow-ups and ways to kind of jog your memory once we've wrapped up the MegaCast today. So Rubrik has a really incredible handout for you, the Safeguard Microsoft 365 data. So if Microsoft 365 is top of mind for you, this is a great place to start. And obviously, securing that data is so critical. So Rubrik is looking at cyber attacks as well as accidental deletion and how to rapidly recover that data, talking about Exchange Online, OneDrive, SharePoint, and Teams, as we just heard from Chris. So please make sure that you've got that handout and spend some time with that after we wrap. And again, a reminder that all the questions that you asked are going to go to that Rubrik team, so you will get some follow-ups from them, even if we didn't just get to it with Chris now. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and give away a prize. Now, I'll remind you again that you do need to be here live and present with us at the MegaCast in order to win. And this next one's going to be a $300 Amazon gift card, and we're going to give this to Ted Latovsky of Minnesota. Ted Latovsky of Minnesota, you have won a $300 Amazon gift card. Congratulations to you, Ted, and we will follow up with you after we wrap. Don't forget, folks, lots more chances, lots and lots more chances to win today. It's a big old MegaCast, so there's a lot of prizes to give away. Stay tuned for that. And also keep those questions coming in because you are then entered to win that best question gift card. All right, well, my friends, we are cruising along in this MegaCast today. We're going to keep things moving here. Up next, we will be chatting with Stephen Davis, Lead Customer Advisor at Rapid7. I am very excited for this one. The Rapid7 team always has cool things going on, and I know that Stephen has some great things planned for us. So I am going to step back and hand the things on over to you. Take it away, Stephen.
Hey everyone, and welcome to this webcast where we will be going over how to harden your environment against attackers in a remote first world. My name is Stephen Davis, and I am a lead customer advisor here at Rapid7 with the Managed Detection and Response team. Okay, let's talk about preventing initial access. So preventing initial access, there's a couple steps here. And the first one I want to go over is multi-factor authentication. Multi-factor authentication, or MFA, is no longer a nice to have added bonus, kind of like an additional security step that TLDR, it is now a requirement. It is no longer, oh yeah, it's nice that we have that. It is necessary on all publicly accessible services like email, VPN, virtual desktop, and infrastructure. And there is a wide variety of vendors that offer multi-factor authentication. So it's important to identify the one that fits your environment the way that it is currently working. A lot of them come with additional bells and whistles depending on the vendor that you are choosing for your org. But it's really important that you you choose the one that fits your environment. All the added bells and whistles doesn't do anything for you if it's not applicable to your environment. So there are many different types of MFA. The most common one that I've seen in my tenure as of recently is the first one I mentioned on that bubble there, the on-device prompt in app, where you log into a system, you log into a service, and then it automatically sends that request to an application on your mobile device, at which point you are then able to, just push, yes, that's me, or enter in a code that is seen on your mobile device. Okay, so that's probably the most common one that I've seen personally. Another pretty common one that's gaining some traction because of just how secure it is compared to the others is, security tokens and security keys. All right. Back in the day, the pretty much the standard was the old SMS type, but with how, malicious actors are able to clone SIM cards and deal with all that stuff, SMS text messaging is not, the safest course of action. Is actually not recommended to be used with most multi-factor authentications, right? So again, you definitely want to try and find one that has that really, really good, strong sense of security, but isn't so overly complex that your users are just, we don't know what to do, which would cause them to be more lax in their judgment when, a pop-up comes up on their mobile phone and they're just so used to hitting yes, 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 that they're inadvertently letting somebody into the environment that shouldn't be, right? And that kind of folds into the third bubble there, educating your users. It's very, very important to educate your users on how to use the multi-factor authentication, why it's actually required, and why it is so important that they actually pay attention when they get those MFA prompts on their mobile device, right? It doesn't do any good if you pay all this money and have all those man hours dedicated to setting up MFA for your environment, and then your users are just so used to, hey, they get a push notification on their mobile, they hit yes, they haven't even looked at the IP, they haven't even looked at the source of that authentication, right? So educating your users is extremely important when implementing MFA across your environment to help prevent initial access from happening. Vulnerability management is another part of preventing initial access. Increased urgency is required, right? Critical vulnerabilities exploited in mass and quickly. Whenever a critical vulnerability has been identified out in the wild, well, it's identified because it's being used, right? So whenever those critical patches come down the pipe or critical vulnerabilities come down the pipe in order to stop exploits and things like that, it is imperative that you are able to respond and patch immediately. Now, research shows 24 to 48 hours is not fast enough in some cases. And I mean, that's where vulnerability management, really gets to be a little bit difficult, right? Everybody typically will have change management within their organization. So even if you want to install a patch right now, it has to go through some form of review, testing, approval, things like that. And yes, that is generally for the better good of the organization, but at the same time can actively slow down your ability to patch quickly. So again, that is trying to find that sweet spot where maybe you have some internal processes and procedures that go after the priority of said vulnerability or patch that needs to be pushed in. The higher if it's critical or high, maybe that only requires a little bit of a change management, whatever the case is, right? So have an internal policy dedicated to, being able to patch quickly if the opportunity is necessary. Also, don't forget, most appliances shipped with default credentials, right? And that could be something as simple as in context, a wireless home router from your ISP. You can actively do Google searches for, Verizon wireless routers and get the default username and password. Netgear, get the default username and password. If you're purchasing server racks or NAS devices and things like that, they come with a default username and password. So that should be one of the top priorities, is once you receive that equipment, that appliance, change those default credentials immediately. And, way before putting that appliance on the public internet. Okay. Also, patching after you have been exploited does not remove the exploit. Think of it as you have an open door. Somebody who's not supposed to be there walked in, you install that patch, it closes the door, but that individual is still inside your house. All right, so with that analogy, once you have patched for the exploit, if it has already been exploited, you still have potential artifacts, attackers, whatever, inside that environment that also need to be kicked out and removed. Okay. Code execution. So for some default ones here, some common ones, I'm going to pick on Office 365, right? Some good tips for preventing initial access via against code execution for Office 365. Disable your legacy authentications. Keep knowledgeable about the new types of authentications and the old legacy types of authentications and why you are disabling them. All right, that'll help you identify other areas or maybe some other opportunities that you can, harden up your systems if you know exactly why that legacy authentication needs to be disabled in the first place. Review your users' apps. I don't know of anybody that has been working in cyber or IT that, has really built that infrastructure from the ground up and knows everything that's going on. People change jobs. They'll go to another company where, that's been implemented, for 10 years now. Nobody really knows what's inside of it or all that it encompasses. So getting a good knowledge of what your user apps are will help you determine if they are still needed. And if not needed, they can be shut down, removed, closed, deleted, whatever the case is, and you are then lessening your attack surface altogether. Okay. So review what you are currently using, review what you currently have, and then don't use what you're not using. Remove it if it's no longer needed. Disabling mail forwarding to external domains, right? That's going to help with phishing and things like that. You can almost think of it as kind of like a default firewall, right? The best recommended thing from a lot of network engineers is to disable all traffic and then only allow what you want, right? You can kind of think of that in a similar fashion to disabling forwarding to external domains. Disable them across the board, and then, as you get customers, vendors, things like that, add specific rules to allow those email forwarding to the external domains if it's possible or if it's, applicable. In most cases, an organization is not going to need to forward emails to an external domain. Internally, absolutely. A person leaves, they need to have their emails forwarded to a manager or the person that took their place. But for external domains, outside of a few very customized situations that I can't go into, it's never really needed. Configure your anti-spam and outbound spam policies. That's a big one. That's going to help with your phishing. That's going to help with any malware and things like that come through with spam, or just, not be flooding individuals' inboxes with all of this useless email, right? So that's another good area that you can do to help out in the long run. Also, logging. Enable the unified audit log and enable mailbox auditing. Should any issues or compromises happen to a particular mailbox and things like that, you're not really going to know the information to build out that timeline of what happened if you don't have the correct logging surrounding that mailbox. And you can get that from the enabling of the mailbox auditing and enabling of the unified audit logs for those deeper dives into those logs, so that you can do some proactive threat hunts and things of that nature. When it comes to default file associations, group policy is going to be your friend here. A great tip is to change the default associations for your typical badness. Point file extensions away from the script and terminator. A great example, if you routinely use Virtual Basic scripts or JavaScripts, maybe for, logon scripts or anything like that, use group policy to set the default association to something like Notepad for VBS and JS, so that if they are actively, manually ran in your environment, all they're going to do is open up Notepad with the script or the code in there, and it's not actively going to run anything. Let's get into some endpoint hardening. So endpoint hardening against credentials, credential dumping, protecting your LSAS, right? A great opportunity that comes bundled in with Windows, and I believe it's turned on by default now in Windows 11, is Credential Guard, right? With the Windows Defender for Endpoint. You have Credential Guard and you have Remote Credential Guard. Use those to help protect against your LSAS dumping, okay? For your Active Directory, You can look into using protected user groups. This helps remove the need for NTLM and RC4. Protect your service accounts, right? You can use grouped managed service accounts. Your service accounts should also not be used as typical user accounts, right? So protect them. They should only be used for a particular service and nothing else, okay? Also try to avoid sharing service accounts across multiple surfaces, right? Don't have the same service account that handles, your finance stuff for your web server and also your email server and also this, because once that, if that particular service account gets compromised, they have access to multiple systems, and then you've pretty much just shot yourself in the foot because you have to take multiple systems down in order to reset that password and get that stuff, cleaned up and fixed up. All right. Remove unnecessary privileges. Least amount of privilege is the best practice. So only assign the correct subset of privileges for the user account in question, and only for the duration that they need it, right? People shouldn't be using domain admin accounts just all free and willy-nilly, right? If you can utilize local Active Directory security groups in lieu of just providing domain admin access because you have multiple servers that individual needs to administer. Create individual security groups for those systems so that they are only a member of those security groups and not a member of the domain admin security group, things like that, okay? Hardening against lateral movement. Limit host-to-host communications, right? It sounds easier than it actually is, but some common recommendations are utilizing Windows Firewall, blocking SMB on port 445, RDP on 3389, WMI, WinRM, and PS remoting, right? Think about your traffic as far as controlling the visibility and the way that it works. East to west, north to south, things like that. Zone separating your firewalls, and also network segmentation, right? Network segmentation is extremely important and can be extremely benefit if it is done correctly and properly, right? Think about it. If somebody gets in your environment, they're not going to know how your network is segmented. So they're going to spend a lot of time searching around, which would in turn set off a lot of alerts potentially and highlight their activity and help you respond quicker before they've actually done any damage. All right, malware execution. The goal of this is to reduce your attack surface reduction. So here are some sample rules. Block Office applications from creating child processes. Block executable content from email clients and web servers. Block persistence through WMI event subscription, and block process creations originating from things like psexec and WMI commands, right? All of these may seem large or may seem difficult to do, but overall they're actually not. And in a lot of cases, small changes can have large impacts on your cyber and your defense. All right, detection and response. So the tool capabilities of your detection and response are of utmost importance. You want a good EDR solution. If you don't know what an EDR solution is, it, in a gist, provides deep visibility into behavior on all workstations and servers. So you want a solution that is, potentially lightweight, isn't bogging down your systems, but provides good, deep visibility into the behavior on those workstations, whether it be the behavior of the user or it be the behavior of the actual asset itself. All right. You want a good SIM that is going to aggregate those logs from all workstations and servers that are under the visibility umbrella of your EDR solution. That SIM can be useful for creating custom alerts, detection rules, actually detecting things and creating response workflows. Essentially, just it's the overtop layer of your EDR solution, or one that your EDR solution feeds into, so that you can get a lot of good visibility into your environment and have the confidence of being knowledgeable about it so that you can detect against threats and respond accordingly. Also, another fantastic portion of your toolbox should be something that can help you perform containment. And by containment, we mean to quickly isolate any compromised assets. It doesn't do you any good if you can sit there and quickly detect that an asset has been compromised, but you have no way of isolating it from the network. outside of calling somebody from in a different office branch to see if there's anybody there that can go unplug that system, right? So make sure that your EDR solution has good containment opportunities and options that fit your environment. Event logs. Event logs are extremely important. I've always been a proponent of, better to have them and not need them than need them and not have them. So in my typical environments, I like to say log everything. Logging configuration best practices, right? You want to log for PowerShell version 5. You can also visit malwarearchaeology.com to get some other good insights and best practices as far as, what event log configurations you might apply to your own environment. Whatever they are, you would want some form of centralized logging, right? Where those logs are shipped to a central secured location so that then they could be reviewed, proactive threat hunts can be run, and you don't need to worry about the logs being retained on that system, whether or not they get destroyed. Attackers routinely do that to cover their tracks, and it doesn't do you any good to be searching for information or, trying to answer those 5 W's when the logs only reside on that particular endpoint that has been compromised. Okay, so that's where the centralized logging comes into play. Maximizing your local log retention. Well, space, is cheaper than it used to be, but theoretically and realistically, no one's going to be able to keep every single log that they have forever, right? So find that local log retention that fits your needs, couple weeks, and it really would depend on the system that you are, retaining those logs from. But obviously, the farther back you go, the better. And you could even incorporate something like maybe, on that server, it can keep 2 weeks worth of logs, and then it gets migrated over to a backup server, or your backups take the backup system takes a backup of that server. So you have those logs, and when they roll over, it's okay because you have them in another stored location. So again, that's going to be more customized to your environment, but try and find a way to maximize the local log retention. Also, don't forget about your backup and recovery. Validation of your backup and restore procedures, understanding the time it takes to restore, right? If critical stuff goes down, how long does it take to get your email service back up? How long does it take to get your web service back up so that, you can continue selling your services or selling your products or doing whatever your industry is, right? Some ways that you can, have a good backup and recovery plan. It might be a warm standby in the cloud, to which you can then quickly deploy in Azure and AWS and get right back up and running relatively quickly. You could also have an offline or segmented approach, which is a tiered strategy for utilizing both physical, on-prem, and the cloud. Whatever your backup and recovery is, make sure it's tested out, make sure you have good documentation, and make sure that it is working. All right. You can have the best plan in the world, but if you've never actually tested it on day one when you need it, it might fail miserably, and that's a whole nother ballgame. Okay, to recap, many are unfamiliar with the native hardening capabilities within Windows. Remember, I mentioned Credential Guard. That does come with Windows, right? Microsoft has a lot of good types of services, features, whatever you want to call them, embedded into the operating system that just aren't turned on by default. So definitely take a look at whatever Windows versions you're running, whether it's endpoint or server, and check out, and you might be surprised that they have potentially exactly what you need in order to harden your environment. May not be the prettiest as far as, aesthetics and pretty graphs and things like that, but in most cases, it can get the job done. Small configuration changes can significantly move the needle for defenders. Something as simple as disabling Office macros, right? That's not very difficult to do, but that can have a pretty dramatic effect beneficially to you as the defender, in things like malicious documents and stuff like that that require, the user to allow macros to run and then that malicious code runs, right? Now, if prevention fails, hardening does still increase the LOE required by attackers. And by LOE, I mean level of effort. Nothing is going to be 100% secure unless you turn it off. And if it's turned off, you can't use it, so it's no benefit to you. But If you cannot reach a high level of security, as long as you make it just not worth the time of the attackers, it's better than nothing. So don't worry if it's not 100% secure or it only gets you 80% secure. If it's difficult for attackers to actually obtain access to your infrastructure or your endpoints and servers and stuff like that, that is better than just not doing it. And then obviously they have free and unfettered access to come in and do whatever they need. Okay. Thank you very much for joining this webcast. I appreciate it and looking forward to the next one. Take care.
Well, I am also looking forward to the next one. Thanks so much, Stephen. That was an awesome presentation. And for all of you out there that are also looking forward to your next conversation with Rapid7, here's a quick and easy way to get that started. You can click on the poll that you see up on your screen. Let them know how you would like to be followed up with, how you would like to follow up, what information would be helpful for you to get. So this is basically clicking the easy button, right? You're just letting your future self sit back and relax while Rapid7 hands you everything that you need in order to follow up on that awesome presentation that we just went through with Stephen. Stephen, thank you so much again for that. And I do want to point out that I know we're not stopping now to take any questions. Stephen had to run, but we are going to make sure that all of those questions that you asked get to the Rapid7 team. So if you get those questions into us, you will get answers back, and you are answered to win that best question gift card. Speaking of winning things, I'm going to take us over to our prizes, but very quickly, I also want to remind you to head to that handouts tab and be sure that you start exploring a little bit. If you click on that Rapid7 handout link, you can start exploring MTC, Managed Threat Complete, which is a single integrated service that allows you to prepare for, detect, and respond to threats in your environment. So again, just a fantastic follow-up to the conversation that we just had. So click, head on over, check that out. All right, I said prizes. You all got on the edge of your seat, and then I backed it off. So let's head on over to those prizes. All right, so I will remind you again that you do need to be here live and present with us at the MegaCast in order to win. So, drum roll please. Our next two winners, we're going to give away a $300 Amazon gift card and then an Apple iPad Air. Our next gift card is going to Steve Bezra of Massachusetts. Steve Bezra of Massachusetts. And our next Apple iPad Air, those are different, is going to Angie Larson of Arkansas. Angie Larson of Arkansas. Oh boy, guys, I tell you, that hot sauce we had this morning just addled my brain. I am struggling with the thinky bits right now. Let me repeat that. Steve Bezra of Massachusetts, you won a $300 Amazon gift card. And Angie Larson of Arkansas, you won an Apple iPad Air. We will be following up with all of you after we wrap. Oh, I already see Angie responding. Congratulations, Angie. You'll get an email from us. All right. Now, for the rest of you, don't despair because there's more chances to win prizes plus that best question gift card coming in from each session. And even better than all of those prizes is another session in our MegaCast. So let's get into it. Up next, it is my absolute pleasure to introduce you all to our next presenter here on today's MegaCast, and we're definitely keeping the fascinating conversation rolling here because we will be chatting with Liam Kearns, Director, Technical Account Management at Tanium. Liam, thank you so much for being here with us today. I'm very much looking forward to hearing more about how Tanium can support remote workforces. I know we want to leave some time for questions at the end, so I'm going to step back and hand things on over to you. Take it away, Liam.
Awesome. Thank you so much. I'm very glad to be here. As mentioned, my name is Liam Kearns, and I am a technical account manager here at Tanium. Today, I'd really like to talk about, with everyone, some of the issues and challenges that IT professionals have brought to Tanium around remote and hybrid work. So first, let's define some of those challenges for us. Now, there are many challenges in IT, and many of those have been made even more difficult due to the recent shifts of hybrid and remote work. Now, these three challenges we're looking at here have been some of the most discussed in recent conversation. So to kind of frame those up, start with holistic asset management. Holistic asset management is really a challenge centered around several questions that IT leaders have been asking themselves as this new transition has been occurring. Questions like, how do we find all of our devices? And how do we keep the inventory of devices that we do know about fresh and not stale? Or, worse, manually entered? How do we quickly gather additional information that we didn't plan to originally inventory? Or, what do I do if something happens and I have to drill into specifics on my devices? The kind of additional information scenarios. Or consistent vulnerability management. Vulnerability management and its part in risk analysis has become an even bigger challenge in the hybrid and remote world. We're often seeing conversations from IT organizations around questions in their environment like, do we have an up-to-date scan of the endpoints? Is it a complete inventory of vulnerabilities? Can I even get that information from my remote users? How effectively is that information I am getting making it from my security teams to my operations teams so that we can actually remediate the findings? Or, can I actually remediate someone that's permanently working remotely? All those hybrid remote workers again. And then the modern employee experience. So, let's face it, realistically nowadays, the digital experience is the remote experience. It's the work experience, right? We all live in an environment where many meetings are taking place virtually, like right now. Our primary work interaction is through our computers and applications, and we can interface with coworkers from everywhere. But this has left a lot of us that have to ensure that the experience is working, asking questions like, are my employees' machines working well? Or are they working at all, for that matter? Can I get ahead of the problems that crop up before I get an onslaught of tickets that I have to send my teams to work through? And how many people are even experiencing a problem anyways? So these challenges impact, of course, every IT organization, but doubly so for those with hybrid and remote workers. So I guess the question arises, why are these problems so persistent? And the answer to that question really is that it's largely a tools problem. Most organizations leverage a dozen, 24, or more tools to try and approach these needs. Unfortunately, many of them have legacy architectures that prevent them from being able to provide visibility, especially when it comes to that remote work. And generally, they're not designed to allow for speed and scale for which IT teams have been tasked with resolving issues with. On top of that, maintaining the infrastructure necessary for all these various tools is time-consuming in its own right and adds additional cost and complexity to the spider web of IT solutions. So if we look at these two different examples here, some centralized systems, with their point-to-point design, create blind spots when a direct connection isn't possible, and it creates bottlenecks in dense networks that slow down even basic tasks like generating simple reporting and orchestrating things like system patches. Distributed networks solve some of those problems by providing better local speed by bringing the control into satellite locations, but still lack that visibility to things that are off-premise and unable to see those caches and relays. Plus, speed is restricted by the necessary synchronization of the branches to the main server. These types of architectures fundamentally weren't originally designed with the modern hybrid IT world in mind. So what's the Tanium answer, right? Tanium provides a decentralized architecture, leveraging the managed endpoints themselves to enable visibility and control to endpoints wherever they are in the world with no additional infrastructure necessary, while also being able to dynamically distribute files, actions, and anything else needed to maintain the IT endpoint estate. So this means that Tanium can effectively support everything from the user that needs a patch at the coffee shop to the small network on an oil rig in the Pacific using a satellite connection. Crucially, this enables a very high level of confidence in the data we need and the results of the actions we take. So whether it's cloud or on-prem or remote or hybrid or domain joined or otherwise, it's true visibility and control at speed and scale for managing the whole IT endpoint estate. And I should mention that's all with a single client. So with that kind of baseline set, let's go ahead and tackle some of these challenges we discussed earlier. So the first one here, holistic asset management. Asset inventorying, realistically, is as old as IT itself. We know what we want to have, but getting that data has been historically challenging. Getting that data with confidence, doubly so. So what does good look like for asset management? Well, it looks like a continuous cycle that starts with finding all the devices on your managed networks, making sure that inside my boundaries, everything is accounted for and properly managed. It's then automating the collection of data about my managed devices. Taking that data and surfacing critical information is hugely important in our constantly changing environments so that we can be ready for whatever comes next. And lastly here, we need to be able to quickly get additional data on the fly so that we can be able to comprehensively respond and manage whatever scenarios come up. So let's address that first step. I'm sure many of us have asked in the past, how many questions or how many devices do you have? and provided an answer along the lines of something like, oh, I have 10,000 to 13,000 devices. And the reason for this uncertainty in that answer is because our tooling doesn't give us confidence or comprehensive information. So for example, if I don't have a device managed in the thing I'm reporting with, how do I even know it's there? So Tanium provides complete visibility into all the devices in our managed networks without accruing irrelevant data on things like my hybrid workers, internet connected toasters at home. This high fidelity discovery gives me the confidence to know, and of course take manage of, all of my devices. So if we see here, we can see a diagram that shows how we use the managed clients, which in this case are those little red circles, to scan the space between them on the network to discover unmanaged devices. So this functionally means that the discovery process is significantly less disruptive than traditional methods, right? I'm not doing a whole network sweep in this case. By nature of this being much smaller in scope and staggered, we're reducing that overhead. And we're also providing higher detail as it's being done over short network distances and not trying to traverse network boundaries. Next to that, we have an example of that data being automatically aggregated and displayed in Tanium for easy notification and filtering of all of the findings that we're seeing in the environment. The next step is to automate the data collection of those managed endpoints, right? Actually get deep into that information. I'm sure we've all filled out an asset tracking spreadsheet at one time and know how it basically immediately becomes stale. Of course, most of us have some tool that periodically generates reports for us these days, but even that can be a very manual process and typically doesn't adequately account for all of my remote and hybrid devices. Tanium automatically and continuously generates an up-to-date and accurate inventory of everything that we want to know about our managed devices and doesn't require our teams to constantly watch and interact to ensure it's being gathered. So with this approach, you never have to have that wonder, how much is missing? How fresh is this data? Am I actually seeing the real truth out there in this very moment? And on top of that, by the way, all of this asset data we aggregate can be fed into your other tooling, like your ServiceNows, your Flexeras, your SIMs, your GRC systems, to enrich those existing investments and really empower those workflows and the users that use them. So what we're looking at here is just one of many pre-built, or you can also create custom dashboards that give us a live view of the current state of my inventory. These can be used to help identify areas of need for hands-on work, so the people that actually have to go through and remediate the issues in the environment, or they become a great resource to be delivered to stakeholders at every level. So if you're getting questions or you have questions of your team about what is the current state of the environment, you can easily access that information, even if you're not a primary user of the Tanium system. With all that data being collected, it's important to be able to focus on and surface critical information. So we all probably remember Log4j. Some of us had to start from square one, some had partial information, and some of us may have had more information than we thought, but weren't really able to get to it through the noise. Tanium can help provide the detail that you need when you need it. So one example from a Tanium customer, they leverage the platform to be able to look across their 100,000 endpoint estate, both on-prem and remote devices, and identify 26,000 impacted devices from Log4j in minutes. Then they use Tanium to produce mitigations and deploy those to those affected machines in less than 7 days after the initial 0-day notice. So a massive increase in the speed to remediation. Those supporting libraries, those portable apps, those things from the Windows Store, those attached peripherals, those administrative rights, and a bunch more are all things that Tanium gathers and presents in an easy-to-consume way. That way, you're ready ahead of time for when the next systemic vulnerability rears its head. In what we're seeing here in this view, we're actually showing a software bill of materials filtered down to all the instances, in this case, of Log4j components that are anywhere in my environment, including the file location on disk and the file hash. Because we know with things like Log4j, it may not be in a specific spot like a regular installed application. It may even be several layers deep within compressed files. But we're surfacing all those locations here in one spot. But this could also be something like Java or another supporting library or any of other of these system components that we might be interested in inventorying before a problem occurs. So lastly, we need to be able to get that additional information on the things we weren't planning for. I'm sure there might be some head scratching if we're all asked, say, for example, right now, to furnish the MAC address for every Bluetooth controller on every endpoint, or what the details were of all the connected monitors to your managed machines. However, these are just the type of things that Tanium can gather whenever needed in seconds. One actual example of this in the wild was a Tanium healthcare customer who, at the start of the pandemic, sent everyone home, like everyone else, They quickly realized, however, that they had no idea which endpoints were at people's homes that had a webcam that was either built in or attached, which was, of course, very necessary to enable the new telemedicine practice they were implementing to cover the time frame. Fortunately, a couple of questions later, in Tanium, they were able to identify the machines and the users that needed them and shipped out that necessary hardware to get that coverage. No one had planned on needing a report or data about it beforehand, but they're able to do so on the fly and after the fact. So what we're looking at here is an example where we've asked a question in plain English to discover, in this case, every running service on the endpoint or endpoints, which could also be used to identify which services aren't running on endpoints, like a disabled security stack, for example. Let's tackle the next problem here, consistent vulnerability management. Now, vulnerability scanning has always sounded simple, but I would say that years of experience have shown that many of us that it can be anything but. Centralized scanning, for example, can't look outside the network very easily, meaning I'm blind to my remote device's current state. Point solutions only tell me that something is wrong, but don't allow me to remediate it. Often I only have vulnerability data to prioritize with no easy way to correlate that with all the other things that generate risk in my environment, like the other settings and compliance and so forth. And on top of that, all that data is siloed and has to be manually exchanged with the teams tasked with fixing the findings. So what good looks like in a consistent vulnerability management approach is really being able to get comprehensive scanning of all my managed devices, holistically prioritizing and dynamically sharing the findings, and fast and efficient remediation. So to that first step here, scanning all the endpoints. Tanium provides on-device scanning for vulnerabilities that give visibility to the state of the device no matter where it is in the world. On-demand scans, recurring scans, automated scanning with no blind spots, essentially. The flexibility to scan at whatever frequency is needed with the ability to target scans to machines by virtually an unlimited number of variables without large user impact. Another use case or another customer story here is that one Tanium customer had leveraged this ability in an audit where they had 5 days to complete the audit and the cycle was 20 days. The initial scan with Tanium when they went in took 12 minutes. Their previous approach took 9 days. So very strong in getting that timelines and those workflows and shortening them up. What we see here in this view is that we can see the results of the latest vulnerability scan organized by the count of findings. We could also very easily view this by endpoint summaries, by the operating system types deployed, and by severity, and then filter that on any criteria we want. Tanium can also correlate associated risk data from a number of vectors, like the criticality of the asset, the adherence to compliance baselines, presence of sensitive data, vulnerable protocol usage, and many more items to get a clear picture of the overall state of the endpoints and prioritize what needs to be resolved first. And Tanium's strong role-based access control allows my security teams to take ownership of the discovery of risk in my environment, while also allowing the operations teams to view the resultant data in a single platform for their relevant areas of responsibility. So this means no more data silos, no more exported spreadsheets and pivot tables, and definitely no more games of telephone and having information be mistranslated. What we're looking at here is a holistic risk scoring representing the overall risk in my environment, in this case, the 306 number, as well as the scoring specifically around the vulnerability impact on that score, which is 757, and that contributes to that score. The score is being determined by the factors I mentioned before, so it's more than just a simple count or one-dimensional value. We can also see that score is measured over time to provide an at-a-glance indication of whether we're getting better, getting worse, or we're staying the same. Now, Tanium's platform approach allows those teams that need to remediate to do so on the fly. So whether it's a sniper pass that needs to be deployed out to tackle a 0-day, or a vulnerable application needs to be removed from every endpoint, or a policy change needs to be pushed out, all of the capability and data is in one spot. So this can save our teams from having to jump between one tool for patching, one tool for application management, one tool for pushing configuration script, and so on and so forth. And like everything else, these remediation actions can occur on any device, no matter where they are, on-prem, remote, hybrid, and so forth. That same customer I mentioned earlier with the audit issue, where they did the 12 minutes versus the 9 days, they actually remediated their issues in 15 minutes. And the result was that one of their audit scores was the highest they'd ever achieved. Another customer was addressing a particular vulnerability and patched 74,760 clients in a 12-hour period to achieve 97% compliance. Looking here at this view of the data again, we're looking back at our scan results, but you'll see that we actually selected several of those vulnerabilities and are able to pivot over by pushing that big blue remediate patch button to actually start the process of sending out the fix to the endpoints without having to pivot out. All right, so let's talk about our last problem here, the modern employee experience. So like I mentioned earlier, the digital experience is the work experience, right? Especially for our remote and hybrid workers. As such, it's more important than ever to understand what digital problem an employee or employees have and to fix them. So what does good look like in that area? Well, the first step is to measure the experience. Get the hard data from the systems that tell us where things are going wrong and get that data continually. The next step is to gather employee data, the subjective input, if you will, and combine it with our hard data to create an understanding of what the employee is experiencing wherever it is that they're working. And lastly, we need to remediate the core issues that are causing problems. So when it comes to actually measuring the employee experience, there are many issues that we may not discover simply through tickets. Savvy users may attempt to fix on their own. Other users may just ignore the problem because they're busy or think it's not worth it. I'm sure I've never done that. Eventually, these issues start to pile on and create situations that impact the user's experience and productivity, which ultimately means there's a cost on the business. Tanium proactively gathers data from the endpoints in order to get in front of these issues and these tickets. So crashing applications, pegged CPUs, slow disks, blue screens, and more are all things that Tanium watches for and surfaces before a single ticket lands in the inbox. And performance scoring provides a measurable way to see what endpoints aren't working as well as we want to at any point in time and over time, so we can see if things are getting better. Furthermore, if there's a correlation, say for example, a common situation, a particular app is crashing enterprise-wide, Tanium can find that too before we ever hear about it from our users. What we're seeing here is a high-level dashboard of my employee performance, or my employee's endpoint performance. We have our overall score from 0 to 100. We have of the environment, and by the way, it could be any subsection of the environment as well if I want to, like, say, department or group sections. Over a selected time frame of the last week, which can be toggled, and details of what types of events are causing drops in my score, as well as a breakdown of endpoints by their performance scores. Sometimes the information that we need isn't the hard data from machine, however, right? Sometimes it's the qualitative data we also need to really understand our users' sentiment. How do they feel the performance of an application is doing? Do they feel their meeting application is sluggish? Do they think their network is acting up? I'm certain we've all sent emails before to users hoping to get some of this, only to find the email gets ignored or lost, and we're left wondering. Well, Tanium provides a centralized way to prompt users with these types of questions. And it doesn't have to be a blanket questionnaire. We can be very prescriptive in targeting. Maybe I only want to send a survey out when a machine is seeing specific performance problems. In this dashboard, we can actually see the results of a survey that was sent out, in this particular case, asking about employee sentiment on device performance. And we can quickly see how many endpoints received the survey, how many responses we got back, and the breakdown of those responses. Additionally, we could select any of the information we see here on the screen to drill in the details. So, who answered and in what way. Tanium has robust capabilities to centrally resolve endpoint performance issues. So everything from remotely rebooting machines to updating buggy software to pushing configuration files down to misconfigured applications and much more. However, sometimes we may want to let the users have control through guided solutions without them having to have a background in IT. So clearing caches, flushing DNSs, restarting applications, and others. Or maybe we want to point them to resources that can help them understand the issue. So think of things like an intranet page or some training, for example. This can ultimately help to reduce IT time spent in ticket resolution and empower users to improve the experience without having to break away from their workflows. In this shot, we're seeing a real example of what a user would see when receiving a questionnaire from the IT team regarding some identified performance concerns with Google Chrome on their endpoint. So if that user actually clicks that yes toggle, then it would automatically restart Chrome for them to help free up memory. So in closing, Tanium does all of these capabilities and more on a single platform, and I really just want to leave you with a quote from one of our customers. In my career, I've never seen this level of real-time visibility. Tanium is dedicated to providing IT organizations with uncompromising visibility and control across all of their endpoints, no matter where those devices are, from a single platform, including our hybrid and remote devices. And with that, I'd like to thank everyone for their time, and I'd be happy to take any questions.
Oh, that's awesome. Thank you so much for that presentation. I can tell that the audience was really engaged because we got a lot of questions. Jeffrey's just chiming in to say, amazing presentation. I completely agree. I do want to jump into some of these questions here. I'm just leaving this quote up another second because I find that really impactful. But I'm going to head on over to our poll question. And we're asking all of you now, so if you've been sort of sitting back and soaking in all the information, now it's your turn turn to participate. If you can lean forward or grab that mouse and click on the screen in front of you, what we're looking for is what additional information you would like to get about the Tanium solution. So lots of great options there: data sheets, white papers, case studies, pricing information. Maybe you want to get your hands on it and get into a demo or a little bit of a trial. So any of the ways that you would like to continue exploring Tanium, click on that screen there, and Tanium will follow up with you and get you the information that you need. While you're doing that, we are going to jump into some of these, really, and incoming questions. They're just coming on hot here. I like it. Liam, you ready to dive in?
Let's do it.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm going to start. Actually, you know what? I'm going to start with this one. Normally, I kind of try to end with these, but Kevin just asked it, and I think it's a good one. Can you give us a quick idea of how Tanium would stand out? What you think your key differentiators or uniques are?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the predominant piece there really is around the visibility, control of the environment, and truthfully, the efficacy of it. So, whatever particular challenge that we're trying to tackle, we find that we tend to do it better than any other solution out there. And that really comes down to the speed of the ability to actually take action and the visibility you get from being able to see every device, regardless of location, and understand immediately what the real situation is in the field at that moment in time.
Perfect. Okay. How about, I stopped myself there because I was thinking about what you were saying as I was asking you new questions. I do just want to hit that visibility thing again. I think that's so important. And the other thing that I love about how you integrate that in is with the experience at the center. And you brought this up a few times where you'd name a feature and then you would bring up how the employees are going to interact with it and how the employees feel about it. And I think that's so easy to forget. We get so focused on the technology and the shiny new solution and the thing that works and forget to think about how that it only works if our employees are using it and making that a part of their life. And I just love that Tanium really keeps that experience at the center of everything they're developing. And I just wanted to highlight that as well. Liam, can I automatically target endpoints for various remediations?
Yes, absolutely. So you can target endpoints on anything either existing or predicted future states. So whether a device is currently operating normally, but then it moves into a state where it's no longer operating normally, we might want to use that to trigger one of those questionnaires for the employee information, or we might want to just automatically send out a remediation to it.
Okay, I like that. Yeah, not just the visibility, but the customization. Okay, does Tanium provide whether an application that's installed is actually being used? Is that part of the visibility?
Yes. So it's actually a conversation around a hard return on investment for a lot of our customers in that, not only being able to understand what applications are on our endpoints, but what of those are actually being used. Because I'm sure many of us have had the case where a user of ours has asked for something like, say, Visio Professional. They might use it for a day or two at a time and then forget it's on there for the next 2 years, but we're paying that license fee that whole time. And so Tanium can help you understand where those applications are, what the usage looks like, and even go down the process of automatically removing them if there is no usage on a specified amount of time.
Oh, interesting. Okay, yeah. So not just flagging it, but then helping you take that next action step as well.
Exactly.
How about can I identify users and devices that are off network and target them specifically?
Yes, 100%. Obviously, in this conversation, it's very important because we're all talking about remote and hybrid users here today. And really what that comes down to is being able to use a number of different metrics to determine that endpoint is offline. So things, for example, like it's not in my NATed IP address space. I can dynamically query on that and put them in a group that automatically allocates them as remote users when they're not on premise. And then when they come into the office, I automatically shift them into a different group that includes all the endpoints within my managed network.
Okay. What other capabilities does Tanium provide?
Yeah, a broad range. So we discussed a little bit here around, compliance and the digital employee experience as well as asset inventory. But Tanium also works in many different spaces. So sensitive data discovery and tagging, also in places like threat hunting or in areas of analyzing lateral movement risk and various other capabilities within the Tanium space. So there's a number of verticals that we can help with in the IT operations. As well as IT security, and apply broadly both, again, to the hybrid work environment.
Now here's a fun one. We just got a question asking for a real world example. I'm wondering if you have a favorite, we ended with that awesome quote. I'm wondering if you have a favorite use case or a surprising use case, either or, that kind of jumps out in your mind.
Yeah, actually, there was a great one. So thinking of remote work, one of our customers had a situation where they were in fact patching endpoints that were located on an oil rig, deep sea oil rig, and the issue was that those machines, there's only a handful of them, but they still had to be maintained, were connected over a very slow satellite link, and so they used to go out there because their patching solution just couldn't manage such a link and such latency on it. So they used to go out there and actually fly someone out in a helicopter, as I understand it, with a USB drive with all the patches loaded on every so many months to actually manually apply the patches. They put Tanium in place and immediately started being able to patch those devices automatically with a regular cadence. And probably much to the dismay of the helicopter IT support, no longer had to have someone go out there.
I was just thinking that. I'm sure that many people were very happy about that, and there was a handful of people who lost their helicopter privileges that were very unhappy about that. But that's an awesome use case. Okay, I love that. I do wish we could keep going, but Liam, we're going to have to leave it there. Before you leave us, though, for anyone out there that does want to jump in, get started, either to learn more or to really just get rolling with Tanium, what do you recommend as that first step?
Yeah, absolutely. You can reach out to myself for any information, or alternatively, you can go to our website. We have options there for both self-hosted access to a test environment, as well as the ability to partake in our free Tanium risk assessment, which is a holistic environment risk assessment that provides insights into many different areas of concern for IT teams.
That's great. Yeah, and side effects may include increased experience and a loss of helicopter, just FYI. Thank you very much, Liam. This has been a great conversation. Thank you so much for sticking around to answer some audience questions. I know that we didn't get to them all, so Liam, I am going to make sure that we get all of the questions asked over to you and your team so that everyone can get a follow-up today. And thanks again for joining us.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
All right, and for all of you out there, I'm going to remind you again to click on that poll, and if you haven't gone over to the Handouts tab, please do head on over to that Handouts tab and download the Tanium handout, 4 Steps to Building a Digital Employee Experience, or DEX strategy. Basically, this explores how you can keep your hybrid workforce productive and remove some of that heavy lifting off your IT desk. So again, this is such a cool way to really refocus that employee experience on all levels, from IT through to all your end users. So please do go and take a look at that handout. Click on that poll. While you're doing that, I'm going to give away another prize. Now, we are at a $300 Amazon gift card, and I'll remind you that you do need to be here live and present with us at this very exciting MegaCast in order to win. Our next winner of a $300 Amazon gift card is Cesar Rosas of California. Cesar Rosas of California, congratulations on your $300 Amazon gift card. Now, we will follow up with you after we wrap, so stay tuned for that. But for now, we're going to keep things trucking right along in this thrilling MegaCast. And up next, we have quite a treat for you all. We will be chatting with Virali Patel, Senior Product Marketing Manager at Nisuni. Virali, I have to say, I cannot wait to hear what's going on at Nisuni, what you've got planned for us. I know that we are going to leave some time for Q&A at the end, so I will step back and hand things over to you. Take it away.
Hello. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for having Nisuni over here. So today what we'd be discussing with Nisuni is how Nisuni offers a solution for remote and hybrid work, especially when it comes to meeting the challenges of today's hybrid work environment. So I know we've all been through this. Let's take back a few years. I know things have changed significantly since then. What's definitely clear is that remote work is here to stay. But the challenges that rose in the pandemic are still kind of tagging on. We're still dealing with issues with infrastructure. Companies are still not ready at the scale that they'd expect for remote work. And there are times when users are just not as productive. I know in our own business itself, I think we anticipated a big boom, and then suddenly you had to enable certain technologies and make sure that end users can perform to their best level, be it challenges such as internet, speed too slow, you can't really access your files. And throughout all of this, I think security is always a factor, but working from home kind of expedites it even more. I think we see a whole set of issues that rise in the remote and hybrid work environment that we are in right now. So this I thought was interesting. So Nisuni is basically in the file shares environment that we are in. So file shares right now hold up to 80% of company data. So it's almost 80% of all your files that need frequent access internally or externally. And then right now, 50% of IT spending goes to shadow IT. So shadow IT is definitely a risk for businesses around where they're putting their hands, you're copying data to and fro, and that kind of raises some security concerns, no doubt. And this is where kind of Nisuni pitches in. So Nisuni we're basically providers for file data services. So we include services such as file storage, your backup, ransomware protection, and now we've also extended our capabilities to provide file access for remote and hybrid users. And that's kind of where we fit in this landscape that we're in. So what we help is basically consolidate file data into your object storage, such as Amazon, Azure Blob, Google Object, and kind of provide them at a fraction of the cost, whether you're on-premise or on cloud. And then this is where Access Anywhere comes in. Access Anywhere is our remote and hybrid work solution that basically extends your files, whether you're on the go, you're in the office, you're basically at home chilling, or you're basically on the move throughout. So these are some of the use cases that Nisuni kind of has targeted for remote and hybrid access. So what we have is, of course, the high performance file access at the end user level. So we definitely want to make sure that users have the ability to access, search, and share files without extra investment into VPN, for example. Yep, right here. So I don't know if any users have experienced this. A VPN is not fun to travel or access into. I think I hate when I have to log into VPN. It takes connection issues, I get offline, I cannot access information that I really need, and then I kind of have to connect with IT to get access to the files that I really have to get going. Now imagine that with large files. I think it definitely complicates issues along the way, and then that's when sometimes users end up having their own versions. They adopt point solutions on their own end to kind of suffice their needs, and that's where the risk of shadow IT is even more evident. And the other key use case that we offer with our Access Anywhere serving is external file and folder sharing. So Nisuni has our corporate file data. Now imagine if you had to share your content externally instead of going to third-party solutions. We kind of extend your external sharing from the corporate file environment itself. So it's easier for users to collaborate with your partners, clients, contractors, even if it's one-way or two-way content that you're collaborating on, without any compromise for performance or security. So this is something that our customers who've tried around and have great comments to share with. We've got a bunch of customers who've already been successful in facilitating remote work and have changed the ways that they're accessing their critical file data. So here we have TNP, which is an architectural engineering company, and they use Nisuni right now to share files with external parties, and they've kind of extended the corporate file shares into their team's environment to access their project file data. They found that moving data onto Nisuni was an awful lot more effective and efficient when it comes to collaborating with their teams internally, for sure. And then we also have TVWA, which is a global media and entertainment company. They are now deploying this technology across multiple divisions, so not just with one center, but across the globe, and kind of unifying their corporate file access. The teams are working remote, and for them, productivity is crucial, especially when they're off-grid, and access is definitely challenging around, and that's where Access Anywhere is facilitating their workflow around. So I would love to dive into some of the security aspects of Access Anywhere. So one of the first challenges if you're working remote is, of course, VPN challenges. I think traditionally companies enforce access through the VPN, And I'm sure we've all experienced those mixed feelings when it comes with VPN access. Now, VPNs are not designed for frequent file access over the internet. I think with the abundance of load that they experience, the end result has not been satisfactory. They're slow and they function as a part of an SMB protocol. So that's when the whole range of our technologies here support the VPN-less technology that's out there. What we do is basically we cut out the SMB protocol and make data accessible on the go. And Nasoni does this in a secure and efficient manner. We enforce TLS security standards. We leverage HTTP protocols as well. And we've got audit trails that kind of make sure that you can track behavior of what's shared with whom and even internal behavior around the organization itself. And then, of course, security is paramount. The data security is definitely important, especially when it comes to a remote and hybrid work environment. And I think that's where Nasoni Access Anywhere as an infrastructure ensures that your data is protected. We have capabilities along the lines of authentication, compliance, and data security. So we definitely prioritize security in terms of implementing advanced encryption protocols. We're compatible with, we integrate with AD Active Directory or the APN SAML protocols. And then we also have a bunch of compliance capabilities. So you can maintain your detailed audit logs. You can govern your file sharing experience the way you would want, be it in the way of password sharing. Is it you want to enforce a stronger password around? You want to enforce a download limit for your users as well as possible? And also comes around with an enhanced data governance piece that's important, even more now when we are working remote with different users around. So we make sure that our security is designed to be compliant with your data regulations and internal security standards. All the while you maintain that single source of truth for your data that basically helps you mitigate data breaches, maintain your data integrity, and stay compliant with your industry standards, including GDPR, your HIPAA compliance, as well as CCPA. So here's a quick view of some of the access control permissions that is an admin level you could set it in. So you basically can decide groups that you want access with, you want them to share with via the links, is it folders or just the files that you want to share, and also the ability to drag and drop content within the web interface that we have. And we also provide audit security trails. And this audit security is at some level you can even enable to your end users so they can see information of how they have been sharing and using their own data. Again, privy to what they can see and not extending to other users within your organization. So we definitely offer centralized administration and control features. You can basically manage user accounts and policies all via the single interface. Basically, this helps streamline IT management and make sure that you're consistently enforcing those security measures and data governance policies set in. The other key feature that we discussed about is, of course, external content sharing. Now, what's unique about Nasoni is it's not one way. We allow this bilateral way of content sharing. So, for example, right now, if I'm sharing content with a colleague of mine, a Word document, for example, not only can I share, but we can kind of maintain this live editing capability around so we can go back and forth without breaking any protocols. Imagine the file version controls that you kind of deliver. I mean, I'm sure right now the default way would be we attach a file via email, then one person makes the edits, you download the file, and then imagine by the end of the day you're stuck with multiple versions of your files that are just a nightmare. And I'm sure IT doesn't like having the fact that there are different versions that are going out of their ecosystem around. And I think that's where the external content sharing capability with Nasoni really shines out. I mean, the fact that we also offer no file size limits. So you basically, with a quick share link, can deliver access to your content with your collaborators externally. You also have organizational policy sharing settings that you could enforce. So link expirations, your download limits, reason for sharing, the requirement for passwords, and also the fact that end users can manage access. So, for example, I share a link and wanted to make sure that it was the wrong link and I didn't want that access to be there, I can basically undo my access codes within my web access control around. Let me walk you through a quick demo that would make this a little more clear. There's a demo.
Start with the Cloud File Manager, which provides you with a view of all the corporate file shares you have permission to see. Choose the file or folder that you wish to share externally or internally. From CAD drawings to large digital assets, you can effortlessly share a wide range of content irrespective of file size. Fill in the link's security and delivery details, where you can set a download limit, verification code for guests, restrict download to the desktop, and provide reason for sharing. Security is provided by two-factor authentication, which ensures your exchange is safe. External parties can also drop files directly into this same shared folder, making project collaboration easy.
What we just viewed right now was our file sharing capability via the web browser. We also have the same capabilities that are accessible via the Mac and Windows app itself. So basically users have the flexibility to choose which platform do you want to share content by. The other cool feature that we also have that's kind of a part of Nasuni is our ransomware protection. So basically we have the Nasuni snapshot protection capability that allows endpoint backups of all your data. So let's say right now you by mistake deleted some of if you have accidental deletions of data corruption, or any unforeseen events such as ransomware attacks, we definitely back all of this data in so you do not stand the risk of losing all of your critical data around. The other really cool feature that we have with Nasuni is our file transfer acceleration. We basically have this technology that takes in your end user's existing bandwidth and kind of makes sure that it optimizes the workflow or the bandwidth that they have available to basically move the data around. So what this does, for example, if you have maybe like 5 GB files, what we do is we basically split the files into pieces and it's sent in parallel over multiple streams, basically optimizing your bandwidth. The same is also the case with small files. Instead of sending them in a linear fashion where you're basically stuck up with a bottleneck depending on your bandwidth efficiency, we kind of accelerate that workflow with our file transfer acceleration.
Particularly with remote users, sharing large files can be slow. Companies need a solution that offers high performance. Nasuni Access Anywhere's file transfer capability can be the answer. Large files are split into pieces and sent in parallel over multiple streams. This optimizes the end user's bandwidth and minimizes latency at the same time, boosting remote performance.
Now, basically what we just looked right now is the drag and drop feature for a 1 GB file that was literally transferred within 40 seconds. I think on an average, this would basically, I have been on the other end where it's taken me at least 15 to 20 minutes waiting around for files to kind of come through. And that's when Nasuni's file transfer acceleration basically makes sure that we can deliver files up to 3-4 times faster than the traditional mechanism that most users are used to. And this is definitely beneficial for some of our media and entertainment and engineering firms where they're dealing with large files. I think a fun fact was we recently had a customer who said that they were literally delivering hard drives from one location to the other because they didn't have a secure way to transfer their large file loads around. And I thought that was remarkable. The fact that we're still in that day and age of backups with hardware and then shipping them across the continent just to make sure that it's safe and secure, it kind of blows it out of question around. So I think that would be a quick overview of Nasuni and how we're trying to set up the space within the remote and hybrid work environment. What makes Nasuni unique is, of course, that we kind of extend your corporate file shares in a safe and secure manner to your end users, maintaining that single source of truth for all of your data, which is pretty remarkably scary or intimidating when you imagine all of the other point solutions that companies kind of end up adopting. So basically what ends up happening is you have siloed data around, you basically have no freedom or governance capability around them, and basically not have that unified single pane of glass view for your corporate file data. And that's kind of where Nasuni Access Anywhere bridges this gap when it comes to your corporate file shares to your end users' file access. With that, I think I'd take a wrap. If anybody has any questions, anything that I can expand on.
Yeah, we have lots of questions.
Learn more.
Yes, no, sorry, you go ahead. Tell us how to learn more. Let's start there.
Oh, yes, I was just going to say that definitely please visit nasuni.com. If you have any questions, we link. You can definitely connect with me as an organizational entity. Please feel free to even reach out via email as well with Nasuni.
Perfect. A great way to get started. And you know what? I always ask that at the end of our presentation, so you've just jumped ahead. You're extra credit and answering questions I haven't even asked, which is great. I am actually going to move ahead to our poll. And what the usual question here, folks, what we're wondering is what additional information you'd like to get. And in this case, obviously, we're talking to Nasuni, so how can Nasuni follow up with you? We just got a great presentation, a really interesting kind of overview, and there's so much more to dig into, and we're going to take some time to do that right now. But this is a great way to make sure that you can get the information that you need, because obviously, a lot of what we're talking about today is very specific to your organization. Is you want to tailor it to your employee experience and to your workforce needs. So make sure that you're getting the information that you need when you need it. Click on that poll and let Nasuni know how they can follow up with you. While you're doing that, we are going to jump into some audience Q&A. Varela, you ready for that?
Yes, I'm all ready.
You're all ready. All right, I want to start with this one because I think it's a good one. So Bill here is wondering about the size of organization that this is going to make sense for, both in terms of, is there any size where the usability wouldn't quite make sense, but also, let's talk cost. Is this going to be affordable for small companies as well as large enterprises?
Well, thank you for the question. So I can definitely say a fact that we have a whole breadth of customers. So we have customers who have anywhere from 10 terabytes to a petabyte of data that leverages Nasuni at a core level, and Access Anywhere extends that capability uniformly. So whether you're an organizational size of 100 employees all the way to 2,000 or even 10,000 and beyond, Access Anywhere is compatible with your file infrastructure.
Okay. And I think that is really important to be aware of that. Oh, sorry, go ahead, Varela.
And I know that pricing was questioned in as well. I'd love to get into a conversation around pricing details. Of course, we have different pricing mechanisms when it comes to Nasuni Core. And the Access Anywhere is kind of an add-on that builds on top of having all of your data within the Nasuni environment. So it kind of goes into so it basically depends on your capacity as well as end user licensing that we model it out.
Perfect. Okay, so sounds like it's certainly worth a follow-up conversation there too if you're wondering about your specific size organization and making sure that the cost and the solution are going to fit what you need. But sounds like there's lots of good options there for you. This question here from James, can you have a standby appliance that is mirrored in a different location for disaster recovery purposes?
We can have that standby in. I think it also depends on how you've architectured your file access. So of course, Nasuni would set up its own virtual machine and kind of connect that with the Access Anywhere piece in there. So as long as it's within the range and our IT tech teams really go through the deployment environment, we can definitely work around the disaster recovery piece that you have from your environment and infrastructure.
this question's been coming up a lot today, and I appreciate that everyone's really looking for these sort of differentiators. So we do have a question here. What are some other advantages that Nasuni is providing for remote work, and what's different about file sharing with Nasuni?
So I think the fundamental difference with Nasuni is the fact that all of your file data, 80% according to the statistics that are out there, if you could house them all in one place and then have access anywhere, would be that road that kind of connects it outward. So instead of having multiple roads, you kind of have this single road that kind of makes sure that all of your file data, irrespective of shared with external parties, internal parties, irrespective of the file size, sits within a single IT pane. So that's definitely something unique with Nasuni itself. And then the entire file information around is backed up by our ransomware protection. We have some additional add-on capabilities as well that really streamlines and facilitates your file data needs that you have. So I think that's what makes Nasuni truly unique in that sense, is that single pane of glass and control.
Yeah, of course, that insight is so vital. Does Nasuni Access Anywhere perform the same with a VPN?
Yes, so Nasuni definitely bypasses certain protocols if needed, but it also coexists perfectly well with your VPN. So it doesn't disrupt your existing infrastructure. It's just more around compatibility that you'd have.
Perfect. Okay. We're getting pretty close to the end of time here, so I'm going to have to wrap this up very quickly here. But I do want to ask this one last question here that just came in. How does Nasuni address the challenges of file storage and collaboration in a hybrid cloud environment? Anything that you'd want to specifically address with a hybrid cloud environment?
So I think with the hybrid cloud, it's definitely unique where companies right now are migrating off. I mean, there are lots of customers that we have are planning to move from their on-premise to the cloud, but of course there's hesitancy of completely migrating to the cloud. And that's when Nasuni is great at it. And then the Access Anywhere piece kind of enables that irrespective of your existing hybrid infrastructure, we enable that you have access that's uniformly delivered throughout. So whether your data sits in some pieces of on-prem or on cloud, you kind of have that holistic access to your files.
I love that. All right, well, we kind of already touched on this a little bit earlier. As I said, you get extra credit for answering before I asked. But for anyone out there that does really want to get started with Nasuni, other than visiting the website, and maybe that's it, but is there any other first step that you would suggest for someone out there?
Definitely get in touch with our team. I mean, we do have a request application within the website itself. So I definitely suggest that reach out and just request a demo if that's what you need, and we'd be there. Our team would be happy to connect and answer your questions.
Perfect. Well, that's nice and easy. Well, thank you so much for being here with us today. That was such an interesting presentation, Brelly, and I really appreciate you taking some time to answer our audience questions. It's been a lot of fun chatting with you.
Thank you so much.
All right, and a big thank you to all of you who asked some questions on the poll. I also want to remind you to head on over and click on that Nasuni handout, get that data sheet, Nasuni Access Anywhere, an add-on service for the Nasuni File Data Platform. So this is a great follow-up, a quick and easy read, but really hits those key points that we just kind of went through. And of course, there's lots more to learn. So grab that handout, save that for later. That'll help you jog your memory. Click on that poll, let Nasuni know how they can follow up with you once we've wrapped up here. And while you're doing all of that, I am going to go ahead and give away another prize. Now, we are going to do both a $300 Amazon gift card, and we're also going to do one of the Apple iPad Airs. So our and I'm going to say it. I feel like, I almost didn't say it there. You do need to be here live and present at the MegaCast. I feel like you're all saying this along at home with me because you hear it so often. But you do need to be here live and present at the MegaCast in order to win. All right, our next winner of a $300 Amazon gift card is Wendy Wohler of Indiana. Wendy Wohler of Indiana. And our next winner of an Apple iPad Air is December Bales of Washington, D.C. Cool name. December Bales of Washington, D.C. You have won an Apple iPad Air. All right, folks. Well, don't worry if you didn't win. There's still lots more chances to win, and we have that Best Question gift card coming up after each session, so stay tuned for that. All right, but for now, we are going to keep things rolling along in this MegaCast. I told you folks it was going to be a big day today, and I meant it. It is a big day and absolutely jam-packed with information, and we're still going here. We've got lots more sessions to go. And this one is definitely going to be a highlight. I know that you are going to get a lot out of our next presentation. So up next, I am very excited to introduce you all to Sivaskaran Rajaskaran. How cool is that name? Director of Product Marketing. Siva is here with us from Palo Alto Networks, and I cannot wait to hear a little bit more as well as get into some Q&A. So Siva, I am going to hand things right on over to you, and I'll meet you shortly for some audience Q&A. Take it away.
Hey, thank you, Jess. Good morning, everyone. This is a wonderful day where we wanted to talk to you about how do you empower and protect your remote workers. We want to go solve this problem using our Prisma SASE, which is our SASE platform from Palo Alto Networks. My name is Siva. I'm a director of product from Palo Alto Networks. First, if you think about how the world has been changing, work is not a place anymore. It is just becoming an activity that we all do. And with the pandemic and the changes away from the pandemic have all been shifting very, very rapidly around us. Apps are everywhere. Users are connecting from different places. Not only that, you will also notice that the data that we are all using is also everywhere. What used to be available only within the perimeter of the enterprise is no longer within those perimeter. And with all these changes where users connect from anywhere, apps are going to be in multiple different locations, and data, especially sensitive data, is all over the place, you have a problem to solve. How do you provide secure access to all of your remote workers, and how do you protect your enterprise? That's the problem that we are all facing. Now, if you think about how this has been solved, in the past, we used to solve this using on-premise web proxies. And very recently, many industry experts have started to solve this by moving their on-prem proxy stack to the cloud. Both of these solutions do not work. You may be wondering why. First and foremost, these solutions do not scale to the demands that we all have. The on-prem proxies are basically hardwares on the VMs, but then you need to plan ahead of time to be able to go provide the level of capacity that you need to allow the users to connect from anywhere. And also the security gaps that comes along with it, because you are using multiple bolt-on products to solve for securing the users, securing the applications, and protecting the data. You name it. There are 3 different products already for each of these different solutions. And with all these multiple products in the mix, administration and operation complexities comes into play, and which means inconsistencies and also level of security that you get are all amplified in a bad way. Now, not only that, because users' traffic had to be backhauled, it caused bad user experience. Now, like I said, the industry started to solve this problem by moving the on-prem proxies to the cloud. Now, did the problem go away? Yes, it solved some problems, but it still did not solve all the problem for you. Now, can you scale? Yeah, you probably could be able to scale because it's all in the cloud. But end of the day, many of the vendors that are out there who are solving this problem, they are still using a rack and stack model. It is cloud, but it still doesn't have the infinite scale that you need. Security gaps, because they are running things in the cloud, they have much broader security processing power, which means they can do a lot of more security. They probably are able to unify multiple different solutions into one product, but still, are they able to keep up with the type of attacks that we see in the industry today? They are not. That's a security gap that we are all facing as a challenge. And bad user experience, because it's all now, there's no reason to backhaul. Probably the user experience is improved, but the choice of the architecture is key. I want to talk about it. If you are still using a rack and stack model, and if you're not closer to where the users are, and if you do not have the ability to monitor what the users are doing and how do you provide best user to app experience, you still have the bad user experience problem. That is the challenge that we see today when it comes to securing one portion of what the remote worker does, which is accessing internet and the SaaS application. Now let's look at the other problem. Remote workers also have to access your private applications. The applications could be in the private cloud, in the data center, it could be in a co-location facility. Apps are everywhere. You need to provide secure access to the private apps. Now, VPNs were the way in the legacy days, but VPNs are not gonna provide you the security. Rather, because they connect the user to the network, they virtually place the user on the network. It is actually giving much broader access than you normally want to give. So that's a problem. So what did the industry do? They started to solve this problem using a broker-based model where users will will try to access an application. There's an access broker sitting there verifying the user, probably verifying the device, and saying, yes, the user is good, the device is good. Let me allow the user to connect to the application. Once that is done, the user is directly talking to the app. Whatever changes that the user behavior is not known to the access broker. Changes in the device posture is not known to the access broker. So it has been a validation that happens at the time of connectivity, but not that is happening continuously. So there is no continuous posture check and validation that is happening. That's really bad when it comes to zero trust. Not only that, users are accessing applications, more access control play, if you ask me, because the transaction between user and the app and every transaction, every flow must also be inspected for security threats. None of these ZTNA 1.0 solution that I call them have the ability to provide security inspection for the traffic between user and the app. It's a huge problem that we have. Think about all the attacks that we are seeing, Log4j, SolarWinds. These are all users trying to exploit an vulnerability in an application. How do you detect and how do you block such attacks? That is a problem. And none of these solutions, because they lack the security inspection capability, can solve for this. Now, that is where we wanted to come to you and show you what we are able to solve for you, which is using Prisma SASE. Like I said earlier, Prisma SASE is our Palo Alto Networks SASE platform to solve all these use cases, securing your users' traffic to the internet, securing your users' traffic to SaaS applications, and wherever they are, they could be remote, they could be in the branch locations, and at the same time providing the best user experience. How can we bring them all into one product and be able to allow you to manage all of this in one single unified console, be able to have all the logs from these users and the devices, including IoT devices, in one location so that you can do forensic analysis and be able to respond back to incidents just like that. That is what Palo Alto Networks Prisma SASE is offering for you. Now, what does it mean for you when you get on your journey with Prisma Access? Prisma Access allows your users to connect from anywhere and be able to access all types of applications, whether it is client initiated, server initiated, application that can use a wide range of code, doesn't matter. You will be able to securely access all those applications. And not only that, when we say securely access, it's just not about validating the user and the application. It is also about making sure that every transaction between user and the app is fully secure. And how do we do all of this? This is by using lots of our patented user ID and app ID and device ID technologies. We are able to provide the least privilege access, connecting the user to the right application. And we do continuous trust verification to verify if the device and the user are who they claim to be. And we do this continuously, not just at the time of connecting to Prisma Access. And continuous security comes in the mix in the order of being able to stop the attack at different stages of the attack lifecycle, starting from initial access to discovery to lateral movement, to be able to also stop the command and control, and to also stop the exfiltration. We have our advanced threat prevention, advanced URL filtering, sandboxing through our Wildfire, and our DNS security to allow you to be able to stop the attack at different stages of the attack lifecycle. And data, we talked about data. Data is key. When a breach happens, attackers are after data. How do you stop exfiltration of the data? And which means it is required for you to be able to quickly get a classification of all the types of data, the sensitive nature of the data, and be able to take actions based on the sensitivity. And we provide data protection, not just for internet and SaaS application, but also for collaboration applications like Microsoft Teams, Slack, and also for private applications, wherever these applications could be. protecting all data wherever they reside is possible through our solution. And lastly, we talked about applications. Applications could be any different types of apps, client initiated, server initiated, application that could use a range of ports that can dynamically change. How do you identify those apps and be able to provide secure access to those applications? That is what we solve for. So that's what Prisma Access does for you. Now, how do you get your users traffic to our platform, Prisma Access? There are multiple different ways you do it. We provide you a flexible connectivity mechanisms. You can either use your pack files and start to steer the user's traffic, your internet traffic to Prisma Access for security. Or you could use a global protect agent that is installed on your endpoints. For any managed device, you can either use the pack file or the agent. Agents could be installed on Windows, Mac, iOS, Android, Chromebooks, and Linux. All different types of operating systems that you can think of. We have the support for it. These agents can be rolled easily with pre-configured settings using our integrations with MDM vendors and endpoint software management solutions like Microsoft Intune or Autopilot or VMware Workspace ONE. It could be any other MDM solutions also. And for unmanaged devices and for partner contractor access, we have agentless solution because in endpoints where you cannot install an agent, we provide you a way where your users, their contractors or partners, even your employees, can use their personal devices or a third-party managed device to connect to Prisma Access just by using a browser. And for users who are in the branch locations or for devices that could be in your retail stores, you could use the SD-WAN that we have. Our SD-WAN solution automatically connects into Prisma Access from the sites and provide secure access to internet from those sites. Those are the multiple different options you can choose. And what works for you is basically dependent on the use cases that you have. But no matter what, the different types of users, different types of devices, including IoT devices, and different types of users as in employees, partners, and contractors, we have ways to provide secure access to all of these using our Prisma Access. Now, connectivity is just one piece. You would agree with me, I would imagine, because once the user gets connected, it's not about doing access control, saying I want to allow these users or block these users from accessing this application. Security becomes the key. How do you identify the different types of URLs the users are going into? And how do you categorize them? How do you block the users from going into bad sites? And how do you also detect unknown and evasive threats in real time is important. And that is why we have our advanced URL filtering with nearly 70 plus URL predefined categories, and also ability to start customizing any URL category that you want based on our custom URL categories helps you. Not only that, with our advanced URL filtering, we are also able to go do deep inspection of the URLs and do some deep learning and advanced machine learning techniques to actually parse the content of the URL itself to categorize the URL as phishing or malware or malicious and be able to block users from going into those websites. And similarly, with our sandboxing, which is available through advanced wildfire, we are able to detect all malwares known and unknown, be able to provide the security for all of your users. And so connectivity and supported by superior web security outcomes is what Prisma Access offers for you. Now, this is where we all need to take a step back and look at what type of security do you need. Given the threat landscape that we are in, you're seeing a lot of different types of attacks that are becoming very, very common. Attackers have become more sophisticated and they're using more evasive techniques to prevent the security tools from detecting and stopping them. So that's why we're using a lot of machine learning models to continue to identify new emerging threats and stop them in the tracks. SaaS phishing detection model is now able to understand any phishing toolkits or phishing models that are hosted on SaaS applications like Box, OneDrive, GitHub, or any of those SaaS applications. You cannot block them because those are all productivity applications that you need to allow your users to connect and access. But at the same time, if these apps are what the adversaries are using to host phishing web pages, you need to be able to detect and block them. So our advanced URL techniques is able to detect and block those type of threats. And not only that, attackers are now using mechanisms where they are able to actually be able to intercept multi-factor authentication protected applications, MFA protected applications are intercepted, and attackers are now able to replay the session cookie of a MFA protected application and thereby completely impersonating as the victim when they access those applications. How do you prevent an attacker from being able to do a man in the middle and be able to steal the session cookie after a user has completed the MFA for that application? That's what we are able to protect against. And these are all different security threats that we see, and this is all our solution is able to identify and detect those for you. Those are all how you protect your remote workers when they go to internet and SaaS applications. Securely allow them wherever they are to access their internet and SaaS applications. Now we know these remote users are also going to access your private applications. Your private applications could be in your data center, it could be in public cloud, or it could be a partner network. How do you provide your employees, your users and contractors to be able to access those applications the most secure way? That's where our Global Protect is an agent that's running on the endpoint. The same agent that has provided you the security for internet traffic can be used to provide secure access to private applications. And all the security measures that we talked about, being able to detect data exfiltration, being able to understand malwares, and being able to detect and prevent users from going into malicious contents, etc. All of those capabilities are available when you access your private applications also. So how do we solve this for you? You can either use a ZTNA connector. A ZTNA connector is a VM that you host or run in front of your applications, and the ZTNA connector automatically forms a secure tunnel to Prisma Access. And users will now, when they access an application, they're connected to the right ZTNA connector based on the application that they're accessing. And every time a user is accessing that application, if they're authorized to access, they're allowed. And every time they access the application, Prisma Access does the security inspection to make sure the traffic flow between user and the app is fully secure. That's one way for you to access your private application using the ZTNA connector. The other way is a service connection model. Service connection model is where you can use any third-party device that is sitting in your data center or in your private network or in your public cloud, where this third-party device, which is capable of standard ICANN IPsec, can be used to build the IPsec tunnel with Prisma Access. And once the tunnel is built, at the same flow, user accesses that application if they're fully authorized, following the least privilege access controls, and continuous security inspection and continuous trust verification are applied for every transaction between user and the app. And we talked about two models, the ZTNA connector model and the service connection model. Now, I want you to also know about one more model that we have, which is the Colo Connect. What we are seeing is there are use cases where some of you may have requirements to support applications that require a lot of throughput and high bandwidth, low latency requirements are becoming critical. So for those use cases, we support what we call as Colo Connect. So this is the third model that you have. Now, all of this comes together how? Because we use our cloud scale architecture using GCP and AWS. By using this hybrid cloud architecture, we are able to provide data plane isolation for all of you. Every customer that comes to Prisma Access gets a dedicated isolated data plane. With that, we are able to provide security, and we are also able to provide highly reliable, highly available architecture. Not just that, with our autonomous digital experience management, we monitor the transaction between user and the app and provide segment-wise insights for all of your users. That way, you're able to guarantee best user experience to all of your end users. Those are the things that I wanted to talk to you all about. There's a lot of more things that we can cover here. Jess, are there any questions from the audience here that I can tackle now?
Yeah, there absolutely are. I have to agree with you. This is so interesting, and there's clearly so much more that we could dig into. But I think we're going to take a little pause. And Siva, I want to say thank you so much for getting this conversation rolling, which has clearly sparked a lot of interest from our audience because we have some great questions coming in, and we're going to take a pause here to dig into them a little bit. Siva, you ready to dive into some Q&A?
Oh, yes, absolutely. I'm thrilled to hear what type of questions that we are hearing from the audience.
Amazing. Okay. Siva, why is it important to access modern applications like SaaS, cloud, and internet apps directly?
That's a very good question. If you think about it, users are everywhere and they want to be able to access those applications. You and me and all of us who are on the audience side, they will all appreciate this. We're all used to watching YouTube videos 4K HD, and we want to be able to have the same level of experience when we access SaaS, when we access internet, when we access the private application. So that's why backhauling the traffic to the on-prem data centers before they reach the application is not going to help. Internet and SaaS, they should be able to go directly and get the best user experience that they can. That is why I see direct internet access to internet and SaaS applications becomes very, very critical.
Okay, well, let's try this one. What are the main differentiators between ZTNA 1.0 and ZTNA 2.0?
Oh, such a good question. And, it's oftentimes many folks that I talk to ask me about this. It's very important to understand all of those. When you think about ZTNA 1.0, it's more about connecting the user to the application, and they do the application identification just based on FQDNs, IPs, and ports. And when you talk about FQDN, IP, and port number, you're really talking about layer 3, layer 4 constructs end of the day. So it is not connecting the user to the application, it is still connecting user to the IPs and the FQDNs. So you may ask me, so what does that mean and how does it matter? We talk about connecting. Let's say, for example, you want to connect a user to an SMB application, and you define the FQDN and you define the port number 445, but nothing stops another application like SSH to run on port 445. Did you really allow the user to go to SMB, or did you allow the user to go to SSH? By just configuring policies using FQDNs, IPs, and port number, we are still not doing good service when it comes to zero trust. You need to be able to identify applications using app ID. And if there's an application that is using a non-standard port, be able to detect and block it. It starts there. And then how do you also continuously monitor the trust level of the user and the device? And how do you use that to dynamically change the policy controls for the user? Because user behaviors can change. The device posture can change. You have to monitor for all of those behavior and take dynamic actions. And securing all data, protecting all applications. Those are all places where ZTNA 1.0 completely falls short. And we have taken every effort to build the capabilities, thereby checking the boxes when it comes to continuous security inspection, continuous trust verification, being able to protect all data, secure all apps, and at the same time provide the least privilege access by actually looking at every transaction flow and understanding what is the real app here that the user is trying to access.
Yeah, that's so interesting. That ability to take dynamic action is something I think we all really appreciate. And I also really enjoy that you addressed not just giving us a little bit more information about ZTNA, about your solution, but a little bit more about what that actually means in action and in practice. And I think that is so important to go, one step beyond the theory and look at the practicality and what actually is the difference that it can make, or the impact that can have. So I appreciate you walking us through that, Siva. I'm going to sneak in one more question because I know we're getting very close to time here, but I think it is important to get into this because we have a question here. Siva, you had mentioned the least privilege access pillar, and one of our audience members is wondering if you could dive in a little bit more and explain the least privilege access pillar, and their question is, what did you mean by that?
Absolutely. When we talk about least privilege access, you want to allow a user to just access the application that they're authorized to access. Don't give them any broader access at all. You need to start at a place where user is accessing an application that they're fully authorized to access. That's where it begins. And that means you need to be able to identify who the user is. You need to be able to identify what is the application that the user is trying to access, and then look at what is the device that they're coming from, where is the what is the location they're connecting from. If everything checks okay, connect the user to the app. And I just want to go back to a few things that we discussed earlier. VPN connected the user using a secure tunnel to the VPN gateway. But once the user got in, they had access to the entire network. And the ZTNA 1.0 solutions, the solutions that predates what Prisma Access can solve for, those type of solutions, they are able to identify the user group they belong to, but when they connect the application, they are still giving them access to an IP and a port number. So the type of application that can run in the IP and the port, there are like vast many. We can have multiple applications running there. So they're still not trying to connect the user to the app. They're just connecting the user to the IP and the FQDM. That's where, when we think about least privilege access, I think there's an evolution. They gave access to the network. Now, then ZTNA 1.0 came and access to a specific IP, specific FQDN, and specific port number. Now, we are doubling it down more when it comes to least privilege access with Prisma Access. We are giving access to that specific application. IPs, FQDNs don't matter. Are they really accessing the application that they're authorized to access? That's what Prisma Access does. I think I was able to explain you the least privilege access and how it has been thought about, and where do we stand today with Prisma Access and Palo Alto Network solution.
Yeah, I really appreciate that. And you're right. These things, these ideas, these concepts are always evolving. So it's important to make sure that we are evolving our understanding as we go through. And that's why we're here to have these conversations today, which, Siva, on that note, I wish we could keep going, because obviously there's a lot more to cover and lots more to explore. But I think we're going to have to leave things there. Before you take off, though, for anyone out there that is really amped up and ready to jump in with Palo Alto Networks, which I'm sure there are a lot of folks out there who are just raring to learn a little bit more, what do you recommend they do as their first step? How do they get started?
The first thing I would recommend is, reach out to Palo Alto Networks account team, and they would be able to put you in touch with the right team. I'll be happy if they put me in touch with you when you contact the Palo Alto Networks account team. That's where you would start. And lots of more content available publicly, paloaltonetworks.com, and docs.paloaltonetworks.com is where our technical documentations exist. You can get tons of content, YouTube videos that are available on all of these that I talked about. You could start there, but I would say get in touch with Palo Alto Networks account team, and they would fast track you into reaching to the to product management and the technical team that is here. We are here to support you.
Well, Siva, I want to once again thank you so much for being here with us today, for that presentation, for sticking around to answer some questions. This has just been a ton of fun.
Thank you, Jess. It's a great opportunity, and I'm looking forward to connecting with many of the audience over Zoom or whatever way that we would connect at a later point of time. Absolutely enjoyed the conversation here, Jess. Thank you.
Yeah, just a great time. Man, I have to say this, every MegaCast is awesome and full of so much great information. But I hope you guys are feeling this as well. This one has been a lot of fun, and I think it's because the subject matter is really interesting and something that we can all relate to and affects everybody differently. And there's a lot of layers and elements to it. And of course, anytime we're talking about the human elements and end users, it just adds this extra kind of complexity and individuality to the conversation where everybody gets to be a little creative, right? So I'm having a lot of fun digging into all these solutions. I hope you guys are. I'm seeing some high fives come in, especially for Palo Alto right there from Brankichka. Oh, I want to learn how to pronounce your name. And from Matt saying, love, sending out some love and high fives to Palo Alto. So I really appreciate seeing that. Always great to see. Justin also saying the same, and Vinay, like I said, when you guys get something out of the presentation, please do shout it out. Let the other audience members know, let us know, because it's just really fun to see. It adds that little extra, spark of engagement out there. And as we just said, that's why we're here to have these conversations, is to explore these topics that are constantly evolving out from underneath us. And so if we're not moving, we're getting left behind, right? Well, speaking of moving, I'm going to keep things moving along. If you haven't noticed, we've got the poll up for you all And what we're wondering is what additional information you would like to get about the Palo Alto Network solution. So data sheets, white papers, case studies, all of the above. What information are you looking for? Please do take a moment now and click on that poll and let the team know how they can follow up with you. I'm also going to suggest that you click on that, head on over to the Handouts tab, and then find that Palo Alto link. It's number 7 right there, and click on that. And it's actually going to take you to the Magic Quadrant for Security Service Edge from Gartner. This is a really interesting read. It tells you right at the top it's a 44-minute read, although my guess is it's going to take you a little bit longer because you're going to want to sit there and read and reread and explore it a little bit, but spend some time with this report. So open that tab now, save that for later, come back to it after we wrap because you're going to want to dig into that a little bit further, I promise you. All right, well, while you folks are clicking on the polls, opening up handouts, getting all this extra additional information, I have another extra additional little piece of awesome for you, and that is, of course, my friend and fellow moderator, Scott Becker, who is here with us now to take on the end of this MegaCast. Scott, I'm very happy to invite you into this very fun conversation we've been having today. It's been a good one.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it, Jess. Thank you. Such a great topic about empowering and protecting remote workers, and I'm looking forward to covering the last 2 sessions here. So thank you. Go and take a well-deserved break, and I will
Thanks,
talk
Scott,
to you
I'm on
in a
it.
bit. All right. And before we get to our next presentation here, it's time for another prize drawing. And so the winner of a $300 Amazon gift card is Victor Venning from New Jersey. So congratulations to Victor. We'll be in touch about claiming your prizes. And thanks to everybody who has answered the poll. We do really appreciate it. It really helps. And obviously it's great information that you can get from those from the poll. All the options there for additional resources. So I'm going to go ahead and close down that poll. And we're going to move on to our next presentation in our Remote Work MegaCast, and this session comes from VMware. And I'm delighted to introduce Steve DeJarnett, who's Director of Product Management around Security Solutions there at VMware. Steve, welcome to the MegaCast.
Thanks so much. Great to be here. Thanks all of you for joining in. Let's kick it off here and talk about securing the anywhere workspace. As mentioned, I'm Steve DeJarnett. I lead product management in the end user computing group at VMware for Security Solutions. Now, I don't think this is new for any of you. The state of hybrid work in 2023 is still a bit unsettled. Everybody's still trying to figure out exactly what the next new thing looks like and what is normal going to be now. 81% of workers report higher job satisfaction when they can work from anywhere. Yet at the same time, we look at office occupancy rates, and they're anywhere between 20 and 70% versus almost 80% back in 2019. And business leaders are struggling with trying to find the right balance. They see that when people get together in person, it spurs a lot of creative juices and gets a lot of innovation going. But how do you find the right balance? And I think for all of us, especially in the security world, we say that in many ways, the pandemic, while it introduced the idea of everybody or large majorities of the workforce working remotely, the reality is we've always had distributed work. We maybe called it business travelers or sales reps or the odd person who had a remote office. So we've always had to deal with that, but often, most of the time, the vast majority of our employees were all in our four-walled offices. So all of you faced this struggle over the last few years of how do you, when everybody is remote, how do you establish trust in devices? How do you ensure that you've got safe and secure remote access? How do you protect your data when it's outside of maybe some of the security controls you used to use to protect that data? Many companies were faced with the choice of support personal devices or don't get work done, since their employees didn't necessarily have a computer that they took home with them every night or could take home. So as we've dealt with all of these challenges and continue to deal with them, how do we continue to do this and provide these capabilities? The other thing at VMware that we think about as well is not only how do you securely provide access to resources, but how do you ensure that your employees have a good experience while they're working remotely? How do you identify experience and performance issues and address them as proactively as possible rather than waiting for employees to get frustrated and perhaps decide that this isn't the organization for them, or even if they're still attached to the organization, how do you deal with the impacts to productivity? So we've seen a growing trend of endpoint management, end user services teams, and security teams choosing and finding value in working closer together. There's many synergies when you think about the work that each does. When you think about establishing policies and postures for devices, and then using the appropriate tools to help push and implement and track compliance with those policies, providing access to applications and resources, protecting the environment from threats and risks, and then identifying risks, identifying attacks and threats, responding to them, and automating as much of this as possible so that you take the repetitive things out of people's day-to-day activities and allow them to focus on things that are higher value. So we see a lot of value in those teams working more closely together. We also see huge value in those teams sharing data with each other about the kind of data they see. Often an issue that security operations sees with potentially a piece of malware or an attack on a device may manifest itself entirely differently to the end user services team. That may look like an experience issue with processes crashing, slow computer, high CPU usage, etc. And you may have both teams separately and independently trying to work issues that, if they could share some information, could help each other more rapidly get to the bottom and help the user get back to productivity more rapidly. Now, when we think about the security threats that have also emerged, this is data from our partners at Lookout from Q4 of last year, but you see a very consistent trend here. This graph goes back to the beginning of 2018, and really about the beginning of 2019, what we saw was a marked uptick in threat experience by users on their devices. You see things like phishing attacks kind of leading the way as the biggest and most prevalent issues. App vulnerabilities bigger on Android, but with the potential that iOS is going to start allowing or being forced to allow sideloading, maybe we see more vols showing up on iOS as well in the future. But whichever threat you look at, I think the key message here is devices are under ever greater attack. Some of that's because the devices are in our home environments. They're not in environments that are as protected as they were in the past when they were predominantly used in corporate environments where maybe you had a little extra layer of security around them. But also, it's easier to target those devices. There's more data on those devices. And phishing is one of the key vectors that we all experience and all see as an attack trend. This is data from Verizon's Mobile Security Index last year. This talks about trends in mobile phishing. Today, most customers, when you talk about phishing, think about email as the attack vector. And when you look at mobile, only 15% of phishing attacks come through email. So if your email security solution is 100% effective in stopping and blocking phishing attacks, you've covered 15% of your problem. The other 85% of the problem comes through messaging, social networking, productivity, games, etc. So there's still a big attack surface on those mobile devices. And it's never been easier to stand up a phishing campaign. So with that in mind, at VMware, we stepped back and said, what can we do to help our customers better secure their mobile device fleet? We've been managing mobile devices for over a decade. And with Workspace ONE and our Workspace ONE Unified Endpoint Management solution, we've recently introduced a mobile threat defense offering integrated inside of Workspace ONE. So now as a feature you can turn on, you can implement mobile threat defense on iOS and Android devices. This is built into our Intelligent Hub application, which makes it easy for end users. It's the application they already have on their device. It's already providing management. It is providing the application catalog of the applications they use every day. It also provides context and ability to get live support whenever there's an issue on devices. So with Mobile Threat Defense, we help users identify when a threat has occurred. If they load a suspicious app, if they click on a suspicious link, if they join a network that's maybe compromised, maybe there's a machine in the middle attack, and we provide the information via direct notifications to the user, along with detailed steps and information to help them understand the risk and what they can do, what they need to do to help protect themselves from that risk. Goal is fewer calls, fewer interactions with your support team, quicker self-service for employees to address threat and security issues, and acts as a mode of training. When you click on something and you find out that it was an attack, it maybe helps you better understand how to recognize those in the future. As I mentioned, this is built on top of our Workspace ONE unified endpoint management solution that modernizes the way companies manage endpoints. Traditionally, you'd have different management systems for Windows versus Mac versus iOS and Android. And what we've tried to do is build one modern management solution for all of these. So any endpoint, desktop, mobile, rugged, virtual, even IoT devices on any platform across any use case, whether that's corporate-owned devices, personally owned devices, or even purpose-built devices. We give you one system to provide unified management, better experience for your end users, and more automation and autonomy for you and your IT and security organizations. Because we've got this presence on devices, this gives us access to great context about those devices. And that context can be used to provide really comprehensive conditional access and input to conditional access policies. Great information about the device, its status. Is it compromised at all? Is it set up exactly in the way you want and need for your organization to feel confident about a user using that device to access your personal or your corporate resources? Are there any specific risks? And we use behavioral machine learning to understand what's happening on those devices and how they look, location information, who the user is, what apps they're using, both apps on the device and apps in the cloud. So with all of this rich context, we can help inform access decisions. Now, some of those apps you're going to access still live inside your corporate firewall. They still live in your data center, or maybe they're in an IaaS environment where you host some of your own applications and infrastructure. So you need a way for your users to get quick and easy access to those resources. In the past, we do that with a traditional layer 3 VPN client, and a lot of us saw some of the challenges that layer 3 VPNs bring with unnecessary hairpinning of other traffic. Well, the industry at large has kind of moved towards a new model for remote access, zero trust network access, greater segmentation, greater point-to-point connectivity between the user and the application that they're using and the application in the data center or even in SaaS. At VMware, we provide two different ways to achieve that access. You can have a hosted offering where we host the gateway through our VMware SASE solution, or we have a gateway that you can manage and deploy and operate, our unified access gateway. We support our Workspace ONE Tunnel product on all major operating systems, and it's available as a mobile SDK that you can embed in your own line of business applications. So you can build an application that is deployed on a device, maybe a personally owned device, maybe a rugged device, that has all the connectivity built in to access the back-end data systems or resources it needs. As I mentioned earlier, we leverage data that we bring into our data lake to do deep analytics and better understand your environment. We look at your devices and we try to understand what normal looks like in your environment, or your iOS, your Windows, your Mac, all of your different devices. And then we compare them to each other to see which devices look riskier, more risky, or which ones are less risky compared to others. We put that together into a device risk score and a device risk view with information on behaviors that we see that make a device riskier. Now, users often have many different devices. I've got 3 sitting on my desk right now that are all managed by Workspace ONE, and each of them has their own unique risk profile. But we can bring that information together, combine it with information about applications and other things that the user is doing, and build an overall user risk score to understand as a user what type of risk do I present to my environment. And then whenever I'm accessing any resource, doing any authentication event or accessing any application or resource online, we have a dynamic login risk assessment that fingerprints every single authentication and app access transaction to see, does this look like a normal one? Is this coming from an expected location for this user? Does it look like it's coming from an app that we are used to seeing this user use? And this is another layer of protection. We see customers using logon risk as essentially a silent second factor in authentication that is always present on every access request, yet the end user almost never knows it's there. So it's an added layer of security that we bake in, and when something unusual is seen, you can then do the standard step up for multi-factor auth, or even, if it looks risky enough, you can deny the connection. Now, I talked about the context and the idea of zero trust and how it is a model that helps us better secure access to applications. And when you think about all the context information that I talked about that Workspace ONE has, you combine it with data from other products from VMware, like our Carbon Black Endpoint Protection Agent, our Workspace ONE Mobile Threat Defense that I just talked about earlier, as well as security data from other third-party solutions. We can bring all of that data together, essentially fingerprint and validate the trust of the device, the user, and their behaviors, and use that information to inform access decisions. You're trying to access a highly sensitive application. You're on a fully managed device, set up and configured exactly as expected in the environment. That looks good. We're happy to let you in. You're trying to access a moderate sensitivity application, but you're on an unmanaged device coming in from an unusual location, maybe other factors are at play. We can block that access as just too risky. And so using this ability to define context essentially helps us bring zero trust to life. We've all heard a lot about zero trust. I think we all know by now that zero trust is not a product you go buy. There is no zero trust SKU that you purchase. But zero trust is an architecture and a philosophy. And starting from the idea of assessing posture, understanding the device, the user, the connection, and the application helps you implement this. And you can implement this in stages, but starting from a solid foundation of trust. So again, access to apps and corporate resources from anywhere is what VMware and our Anywhere Workspace can offer you. Core capabilities like single sign-on, self-service, for employees to pick the applications out of your application catalog that they want and need to use to do their job. When they're having an issue, our Workspace ONE Assist product helps you provide remote support so you can have an agent provide hands-on keyboard or look over your shoulder view to understand what's happening on the device and help get the user back into full productivity as quickly as possible. IT and HR communications with our intelligent hub, we give you a messaging vehicle and location where you can get information to your users just in time. And you can integrate your corporate directory so users can find their colleagues and connect with them quickly and easily. And especially on mobile where you've got telephony built in and other messaging services, that's especially convenient. Now I want to show you a quick demonstration of how we can take some of these capabilities, tie them all together, and achieve some security outcomes when a threat is detected on a device. So on the next, I'm going to bring up a video here, perfect. In this video, what we're seeing is a demo on a Windows workstation. So here we've got a device. We have our Carbon Black Cloud endpoint protection product installed on this Windows device. We're going to see here the view inside of our Workspace ONE UEM console where we see that this device is in fact registered. We see the apps, including the Carbon Black Cloud app installed. You can see some of these applications are managed, which means Workspace ONE pushes those applications onto the device for you. The end user doesn't have to do anything to install them. We also see that this device has a VPN profile installed, which means it's got the information pre-configured on the device to access your remote access corporate network. So we're just going to confirm in Windows that the VPN profile is there. We see, in fact, that it is configured. And so now what we're going to do is we're going to do what every good demo does. We're going to go ahead and launch some malicious code. And we're fully confident that our carbon black cloud sensor is going to stop that on the device. We're going to go ahead and execute it right now, and we'll see that it is indeed blocked from executing, and that carbon black did flag it as a threat that was blocked. And for some things, you may say that's just fine and we don't need to do anything about it. But in some organizations, they want their incident response team or somebody from the SOC to take a look at the system before they allow it back onto the environment. So what we've done behind the scenes is, once this was detected, and this is that view from our Carbon Black Cloud console where we see details about the threat and the fact that it was blocked. This is our Workspace ONE intelligence platform. In Workspace ONE intelligence, as we'll see in a minute, we've actually triggered a workflow. So when we detected these two threats, the policy and malware violations here, we were able to kick off an automated workflow that actually removed the VPN profile from the device. So when we see a threat detection from Carbon Black, we kick off an action in Workspace ONE UEM to remove the profile, the VPN profile in this case, on the device. So by removing that VPN profile, now that desktop, that Windows desktop, no longer has access to internal sensitive applications. So we're protecting the environment from this device, and we see in Workspace ONE that the VPN profile has in fact been removed on that device. And we'll take a quick look on the device itself just to confirm as well. But by removing that profile, we're protecting the enterprise, we're protecting enterprise data by removing that access. Once someone from the SOC, the help desk, or incident response has had a chance to review the system, they can go ahead and apply a tag back to the device saying that the device is clean, and that can be used to automatically repopulate the VPN profile onto the device. So what I've just talked to you about is a bunch of capabilities that we deliver through what we call the VMware Anywhere Workspace platform. We take a series of industry-leading solutions, such as virtual apps and desktops. I didn't really talk about this today, but this is our VMware Horizon VDI virtual desktop offering and virtual apps. This is great for contractors who might need access to a Windows desktop, or maybe just one or two published applications to do their job. You don't want to issue a device to them, you don't want to give them full connectivity, yet you need to give them access to do their job. Horizon is a great solution for that. We saw our Workspace ONE Unified Endpoint Management, our Workspace Security offerings with Mobile Threat Defense, VMware Tunnel, and Workspace ONE Intelligence for automating workflows. And then finally, Digital Employee Experience Management. I alluded to this a little bit, but imagine having the ability to see what's happening on your employee devices, identify performance issues, app crashes, driver issues, high CPUs, slow boot time, other issues like that that are impacting your employees and their ability to do their job. And having the ability to see this, identify issues before they become outbreaks, gives you the ability to get ahead of things. It gives you the ability to deliver a better experience to your employees. And Digital Employee Experience is another key use case that we deliver in the Anywhere Workspace platform. We do this on top of a unified platform, unified administration, single pane of glass, lots of rich analytics. We have a deep data science solution that powers both security, we saw some of that today, as well as employee experience. Imagine things like guided root cause analysis, identifying experience insights based on analytics. The automation capabilities, we saw just a glimpse of that today, and then tied into identity service. The outcomes we're focused on: improving your employee experience, improving security, and helping you modernize IT. So secure work can happen everywhere, and VMware's Workspace Security solutions will help you make that possible. So thank you for your time. I hope that was interesting, and would love to turn it back over and see if we've got any questions from the audience.
Yeah, excellent. Really nice presentation, Steve. Always love a demo that launches malicious code into an environment. Good stuff. While we see what questions we have here, I'll just put up the poll question, and we appreciate your answers on what additional information you'd like from VMware. So yeah, let's get into some of those questions. There's one here. Can I define the required posture for devices in Workspace ONE?
Yes, absolutely. So in Workspace ONE, you can actually define what a compliant device looks like in your environment. That can include things like what applications are installed on it, what profiles, VPN profile, other settings. You can even use things like CIS benchmarks to define detailed level configurations for your devices. And all of that is possible through Workspace ONE UEM, and then with our compliance engine, you can continually check to see, are all of your devices staying in their compliant state or not? And if they're not, you can kick off different actions that can go up to and including fully enterprise wiping, which means removing all corporate data from that device. You leave any personal data completely untouched, but anything that the enterprise put there, you can pull right back off. It's a pretty extreme scenario. More often what I see customers do is we use that capability to cause the device to be put back towards its desired state. Some of that can be automated. Some things you may need to nudge the user on. For instance, if a user on a mobile device has removed the passcode that protects the device, you can go back and nudge that user and say, hey, we really need you to have a passcode to help protect the device. One of the things that passcode does on most mobile devices is that's a key to driving encryption of storage. If you don't have a passcode, then storage isn't encrypted. If you have a passcode, then it'll encrypt the storage on the device.
Okay. All right, great. Somebody else liked the demo. There was a question there about the demo. You showed a demo of automating removal of the VPN from a device. And they're wondering, can you only do that on Windows, and are there other actions you can take beside?
No, great question. We can do that across any of our supported platforms, Windows, Mac, iOS, Android, Linux. And so we can do that and a multitude of other things. Again, think about pushing specific configs. You can identify devices and group them based on capabilities they have or the current state that you view them to be in. You can basically apply tags to say these devices are currently not compliant. You can give that to your operations team, and they can just keep a running eye on all the non-compliant devices. We can take actions. The other thing we can do with our automation engine is we can call out into third-party services. So maybe, as I talked about earlier, maybe when you have a malicious piece of code on a device, you want the incident response team to review it. You may need to open a ticket in your enterprise ticketing system, whether that's ServiceNow, Jira Service Desk, whatever it is. With third-party APIs, we can call out and automate the opening of that ticket for you. So you can take the detection of a threat and automate the workflows and processes your company uses to respond to that and stop having sort of manual processes that human beings have to go through to get all the things open.
Okay. All right. Great. We got another kudos from Kirby, one from Junior, and there's a question from Bill wondering if this is affordable for small businesses with only a handful of remote workers. Is there sort of a sweet spot for Workspace ONE in terms of?
There is. We have customers all. We have some of the largest companies in the world who manage over 1 million devices each. But we also have companies that manage 5 devices with Workspace ONE. You can purchase by device by the month. You can purchase by user for if you have users who have multiple devices. We have some nice pricing if you want to have, 3 or 4 devices managed per person. So this is affordable all the way down to the small end of the enterprise. We even have some sort of starter bundles. Workspace ONE Essentials gives you some basic capabilities at a very, very affordable price. And then you can define, maybe you need some devices or some users that need the next level of management. Maybe everybody doesn't need the same level. So we've got a lot of options and choices here.
Okay, tremendous. Well, that's maybe a good place to leave it. Unfortunately, we're up on time here, but if somebody does want to get started, Steve, what do you recommend?
Well, reach out to us. I think we've got the data sheet and some leave behind materials here. That's a good starting point. And also, we'll have some connections to all the folks here, so we may reach out to you. But also, please hop over to VMware.com, and you'll find a place to say, I'd love to hear more about your solutions, and we will have one of our folks reach out to you and get you set up for a demo. So thanks so much, everyone, for your time. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, Steve. Really appreciate the update on VMware. Okay, and now it's time for our next prize drawing. The winner of the $300 Amazon gift card is Lorraine Dunn, Colorado. And the winner of our next grand prize, an Apple iPad Air, is Scott Newell from Arkansas. So congratulations to Lorraine Dunn and Scott Newell. We'll be in touch about claiming your prize. Okay, and now it is time, believe it or not, for our final presentation in the MegaCast on empowering and protecting remote workers. This session comes from Cisco, and presenting for Cisco is TK Canini, who's Cisco Secure CTO, and Brad Garnett, who's Director of Talos Incident Response. So TK and Brad, thanks for being here today. I'm going to turn things over to you.
Thank you so much. This is TK Chianini. I'm the CTO for the security business here at Cisco. Hopefully today I'll be able to share a product and technology view of a zero trust type of framework and architecture. And with me is Brad. Brad, go ahead and introduce yourself.
Yeah. Hi, TK. Hi, everyone. Brad Garnett. I'm the director for the Talos Incident Response team. Happy to be here today to share with you all just how approaching zero trust. We're, from a Talos standpoint, we're there to be there for our customers, protect our customers, but also, be there for them on their worst career day, but help prevent that worst career day as well. So looking forward to the conversation.
Awesome.
So, yeah, TK, I guess let's jump right into it. Before we address what zero trust is, can you share with us why zero trust? Why do businesses pursue a zero trust initiative?
Right, and why now? Right, like why not 5 years ago? I mean, zero trust is based on some very old and foundational principles, like least privileged. But let's ask the question why. I have a theory that I'll just share. If you go back, turn the dial back as far as you can go when you got into IT. Security was largely an inheritance issue, which is if you wanted your business to have secure applications, you would build trust and integrity into a data center, and then you'd put your apps in there. Or, for instance, if there was a computer that you wanted to run secure clients or secure server software, you would make sure that the computer itself was secure. And if that computer was compromised, then the application, again, through inheritance, through transient properties, that application would then lose its integrity. Now, what's changed, I think everybody can relate to this, is we're asked to run our businesses now on not our data center, public infrastructure. We're asking our employees to work from anywhere. We're doing things that we didn't naturally do before. So trust becomes not something inherited, but actually something explicit. And when you're explicit with trust, there's a different mindset and there's a different architecture that's derived from that. And I think that's really what got us to where we are right now, with everyone wanting to be on a zero trust architecture journey. Some of the people, as you probably have observed, are somewhere on that journey. They're not all the way there. Maybe some are, but most are, somewhere along there. They have, maybe certain technologies already prominent, and they're building around that to achieve more of a zero trust outcome. Let me turn that back to you, Brad. What have you observed?
Yeah, I mean, to your point, I mean, organizations, the organizations are somewhere on that journey, different places, right? Some are at the start line, right? None. Some may have just started implementing multi-factor, and I could talk about that all day. How some of the new evolving techniques, how we've seen adversaries attempt to bypass MFA, everything from legacy protocols. It's always that one service account that's not compromised. And then also like continuous validation, micro-segmentation, right? That's one of the things that we constantly make recommendations when we're supporting customers during an incident. And then again, that all leads to when you're doing all those things, you have MFA, you have that continuous validation, right? Identity, where are they logging in from, workload, workplace, workforce. That's going to help drive that's overall zero trust maturity. So again, I think about those very specific three things. If I'm TK and I'm accessing this specific application, well, where's TK accessing it from? Is he on the VPN? Is he airborne somewhere? Is he at a coffee shop, right? So again, understanding what's normal looks like. Is that a device that TK normally connects from? So when you start looking at those very specific indicators, right, it's all zero trust boils down to validating and constantly validating trust at the end of the day. And like I said, organizations are on that digital transformation journey, and adversaries are going after, right? That identity is so critical, and adversaries need those credentials, those valid accounts to be able to carry out an attack.
Let me ask you one more question in there before we get to the whole incident response thing. Like, let's just think outcomes. If I'm going to spend X amount of millions of dollars to refresh my architecture, to do this zero trust thing, like what am I telling the board? What am I telling my executive peers? What do they get when they pay for zero trust? Like, what's the outcome of the technology?
Yeah, no, that's a tough one. But I also think it's like some folks think that zero trust is a technology. No, it's not. It's a strategy, right? You're constantly, moving. You have to be agile and quick, right? If a organization, let's say, there's this thing in the M&A process called due diligence. Let's say a organization has a very aggressive, M&A, program that they do, right? Their zero trust strategy may be different than, let's say, a very heavily regulated organization that how they approach kind of change management. Because again, when you look at those specific pillars as it relates to zero trust, right? Workforce, workplace, and then workload, those really three things, that's continuous. So organizations, again, it starts with understanding what are your regulatory kind of requirements, right? What's the downstream kind of risk, as well. So you have to start somewhere, but again, it's that your organizations, it's continuing, moving towards your workforce, your workloads, and your workplace, and being able to have that conversation, with your board. And one of the things that we've also seen, right, with things going on geopolitically, regulation, but also cybersecurity expertise being a boardroom conversation. I know in the U.S. the FedRAMP process, right, as it relates to specific technologies that are leveraged in that zero trust architecture. So there's a lot of things, and then bringing in maybe a third party or different organizations that that the entity works with. That's so important because again, zero trust. You want to create a defender, like what I like to say, a defender-friendly infrastructure, because if an incident happens, you want to have that visibility. You want to be able to tell that story to your shareholders, to stakeholders, to your customers. So again, it's that long-term strategy to get there, and it's not something that organizations could do, say, over a fiscal year or overnight.
Yeah. I want to ask you about incident response and how it relates here. But before I do, I do want to let our listeners know that Cisco has a case study. We kind of eat our own dog food here, right? And we actually rolled out our zero trust architecture for 100,000 users in 5 months. Okay, so That's very fast for an organization our size. And what we got out of it in terms of real business metric is you would think that security is all about putting the brakes on, but we actually measured a $3.4 million a year savings just in straight productivity because our employees could work from wherever, less reliant on, let's say, VPN when having to access apps to be productive. And it also, here's another metric, is 86,000 device compromises were avoided purely on the amount of sort of real-time hygiene we have of that connected device. So that simple health check that says, oh, your browser's out of date or your OS is out of date, like all that hygiene when you're doing it at scale really, really adds up. So I just wanted to point that out. We'll make sure we have links to that case study for you. So back to you, Brad. In terms of incident response, what does a zero trust architecture do to the practice of incident response?
Yeah, that's a great question. And I think back, I guess to kind of key off my response, I think back to like our security outcome study and really talking about, all the respondents that, Cisco that we looked at, but, how organizations, depending on where they're at on their zero trust journey, right, are able to get a 30% increase in resiliency score, right, between having a non-existent program to a very mature. I think back from purely from an incident response perspective, that mean time to detect. If you have a mature zero trust strategy coupled with an XDR and a well-instrumented environment, that time to detect is going to be key to being able to quickly contain, but also eradicate an advanced adversary. We've seen attacks, right? Adversaries bypass controls. We've seen very determined adversaries. Hey, I'm going to actually just call TK over the phone and see if I can try to get have him click the button to authenticate and identify who he is. So the point being that those tactics are going to continue to evolve. So again, having a security first mindset, understanding your users when you're on a zero trust architecture strategy, that's key. I think back to, again, going back to the 3 Ws, I think about, that workload. I go back to applications, and I think how much of our investigations that we do on a Talos side involve, everyone is a cloud consumer and a cloud provider, right, to some extent. But I think back to how critical, when we're performing like a cloud IR investigation. And again, I've said this before, corporate valid accounts are the lifeblood of an attack. Your corporate credentials are worth more on the dark web to an adversary than your social security number, your date of birth, because of that initial access that it provides to adversaries. There's an entire ecosystem, the ransomware ecosystem, right, where those initial access brokers, if Brad and TK, maybe we have alliance to each other, but you know what, we're working with other adversaries as well. Maybe our role is just to get initial access into different environments. And again, we've seen adversaries, bypass MFA, that user fatigue, and then also, right, not deploy ransomware in an environment, right? Just exfiltrate data and then reach out to the C levels. Hey, here's a screenshot of the data that we have access to. So again, everyone's on a digital transformation, thinking about to the application layer, those credentials, that mean time to detect, that's going to be so important to investigation. It's going to be, extremely relevant. Is this like a very small contained incident, or does this turn into ransomware? Because again, oftentimes ransomware is the end game for adversaries. So how quickly an organization can detect, contain is going to be critical to preventing, right, your likely worst career day if it's a business impacting ransomware event. It's always that one service account that we forget, to properly configure and deploy multi-factor authentication that an adversary leverages as part of that attack chain. So again, it's I like to, it's about resiliency. TK, it's about removing single points of failure in a well, instrumented environment where a customer, let's say, is maybe midway on that journey from zero trust, right? They are validating, they're doing micro-segmentation. They are constantly, hey, where's this device? Where's this person logging in from? Is this a brand new device? When's the last time they authenticated? What application are they accessing? Is this like the HR system, or is this just like a third party, application, right? Being able to have specific policies in place to connect those dots, that's super critical, from an incident response standpoint.
So I think, our listeners are probably hearing this and going, well, where am I on my zero trust journey? Like, I'm thinking, maybe there's certain levels of maturity in the practice, in the technology. Where would you say, or maybe what is the core capabilities of a zero trust architecture? Like when you go to a customer, what one thing are you saying, do you have this in place? Like what would you identify there?
I mean, TK, it's 2023. I mean, MFA, multi-factor authentication, is that a properly deployed and properly configured multi-factor authentication solution is paramount. It's 2023, right? I mean, this is a requirement. And then you look at specifically, again, like what NIST and with the U.S. government and then other entities, as they're moving towards that zero trust architecture, MFA is foundational. Like I said, we've seen attacks where it was that one account that did not have multi-factor authentication, either from a legacy business practice or maybe it was inadvertently that hadn't been deployed. MFA is foundational, and it is critical. So that's really the key number one. But then also too, as I mentioned, right, that continuous validation, micro-segmentation, depending on where customers are at, right, on their where folks are at on their zero trust journey. Thinking about network access control, right? In a zero, it's not a single technology, it's not a single piece of architecture, right? It's those, that's key. So having a network access control in place to identify, those specific services, that's key. So yeah, absolutely, multi-factor authentication is key. And then also, I think back, again, from that defender mindset, telemetry is key at the end of the day. So an organization that, let's say I'm a major airline. How my users are authenticating into a zero trust architecture is going to be different than, let's say, someone in the financial services sector, right? So understanding what your user behaviors look like is super critical. I think back to, I could list several different examples here, but when I think back to specifically when we've seen adversaries, again, the social engineering component, when we've seen adversaries try to bypass multi-factor authentication, again, maybe they're catching the user off guard. I mean, sometimes our users are so conditioned when we see things, hey, let's just click here. And again, that can be when our users are conditioned to do a simple, to authenticate a certain way. We've seen adversaries leverage that from a social engineering standpoint. So, I like to say zero trust but verify. Understanding where your users are logging in from. Am I someone that travels a lot and I, on occasion I'll have a few failed login attempts? Hey, if that's normal for my account, hey, that's okay. But again, understanding, providing that visibility, those insights, the intelligence that organizations really understanding what their users are doing and how they're authenticating is key. And like I said, properly deployed and configured multi-factor authentication is key. It's always that one account or that one service that's not protected. And that's the one that adversaries are going to get initial access to at the end of the day.
Yeah, let me take a shot at that, Brad. In looking at the technology evolve, you can make the argument that zero trust is evolutionary because what started with network admission control has essentially evolved to what's continuous trusted access. And let me kind of take you through that. There's essentially four things that affect a user's journey. Let's say I'm a remote worker or I'm working in a call center or whatever it is. But my experience is largely dictated by four stages. One is the zero trust architecture must in fact establish trust with me. Okay, like I am TK beyond a reasonable doubt. I am TK at this point, okay? And then the second thing it has to know is, what am I entitled to do my work? Not everything. If the answer is everything, that's the wrong answer. So, as CTO, I may need to get to unique things. I may need to get to code repositories. I may need to get to even accounting systems. I have to actually, be on the business side. But again, your role largely dictates what you need access to. And that can be predetermined. So that scopes the least privileged aspect. The other thing that I have to do is really, really important, which is over time, which is at minute 3, minute 5, minute 7, minute 10, I need, as a system, as a zero trust architecture, I need to make sure that TK is still TK, that a client that TK is using still has integrity, and that the computer that I'm actually using in this particular session still has integrity. Now, if any one of those things drop in terms of trust, I as a system need to raise friction, right? I may quarantine, I may do something. So here's the thing, that last pillar is to adapt to changes of trust. And I mean that in 2 ways, which is, again, points back to this productivity saving, which is when I have very strong trust and everything's working on a continuous basis, I can, as a user experience, remove friction. Meaning if now, I flip from this particular system to that particular system, I may use a technology like WebAuthn and say, oh, you know what? We've already have strong biometric authentication. I'm just going to actually log them into this thing, get to work, right? So it's like a bouncer, not only like kicking out the bad people, but actually helping you find your seat and being productive. So that's sort of the opposite side. And maybe at minute 5, let's say disk encryption were to drop. I can signal to that SaaS provider or somebody and say, hey, you know what? We got trouble with this device. What do you want to do? Do you want to quarantine this thing? What friction do you want to introduce? Because in the end, that's the balance, which is if we have trust, let's get out of the way. Let's let the user do their job securely. If we lose any type of trust, get back in there, right? Now it's not just, it's not just a push I'm sending you a verified push, which is like ultimate friction. Like you got to remember a number now. So that I think is, if I sound excited, it's because like this stuff honestly should have been here 10 years ago. It's finally starting to happen now because the standards have caught up, the technology is caught up. The pandemic did a really great job in saying, look, work isn't a place you go to. Work is something you do. You can do it at 37,000 feet. You can do it from a coffee shop. Like that was redefining. And now that we're going back to this sort of post-pandemic world, it's never going to be the same. Like we're never going to go back to where it was. So that's, again, I think why everybody's been rethinking their security architecture, particularly with the mindset of, not only do we have to get in the way, but we have to remember we got to get out of the way when, we have a lot of trust. Do you see that dynamic, Brad?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I was just kind of smiling when you were, I share that excitement, TK. And I think back to, when we're supporting customers that are having an incident, maybe they don't have MFA deployed in a specific, being able to leverage something like Duo. I was so excited, as at Cisco, right, with our IR team, whenever, we had that capability because it's frictionless to deploy. You can get it spun up in minutes. And again, those accounts are the lifeblood of the attack. And I think back to your comment on the verified push, right? And just how important that is, right? That fights how those users are conditioned, right? Just to click here, right? Now they actually have to enter it in, 4 to 6 digit codes, right? Depending on how the organization, has configured those. And then I think back to, right, Cisco, we're one of the few vendors that have the breadth to do that across, all those different pillars. And, I think back to what we're seeing on the front lines on the Talos side, and then sharing that threat intelligence. Again, I'm excited about it. The adoption, I will say this, when, again, we're often called when on a customer's worst day. So that user and that device trust, it's nice to see that adoption But again, the multi-factor, that's only that one piece of that overall strategy, right? Micro-segmentation, and again, those policies driving that. To your point, protocols, the tools are here, right? The technology is here, right? We just gotta, organizations, depending on where they're at on their journey. And again, it's a great place to be. And again, the tools are getting better, right? To remove that friction, to enable organizations to quickly move to a zero trust architecture.
Yeah, and in fact, I think it might. We have a few minutes, so we've mentioned verified pushed a few times. Let's really land that plane so that our listeners understand why that was invented and what type of threat it thwarts. So I'll build the scenario. So the scenario is this, which is, let's say Brad's going to work this morning. Let's say he has a biometric type of authentication. So he uses passwordless. So he's getting into all his system. He's using his fingerprint or something biometric. His day is very productive and he's very secure. Okay, let's say that I'm going to play the role of the bad guy. Okay, so for some reason, through phishing or whatever, or maybe I even paid money for it. I now have Brad's password, and I know that it's current. So at some point in time, maybe late on a Friday, what I do is I attempt to get into his system. I have the password and I have his credentials. So I log in. Now, first thing that the Zero Trust system notices is I've never seen this device before. Okay, it's not Brad's device. So already it's suspect. So it basically says, you know what? I'm going to be sending Brad a push. And so it sends it a regular push, accept or deny. Brad's like, oh, hell no, that's not me, deny. But because I'm a bad guy and I'm persistent, I send him 300 of these things, okay? And Brad might get tired or by mistake actually hit allow, because guess what? All week, or maybe for the past year, he's never hit deny. Just out of human habit, he hits allow by mistake. Okay, that's the thing we're trying to avoid. So what happens is, once he denies it for the first time, let's say, oh, I'm persistent. I send another push to him, but this time it's a verified push. And what happens is, as an attacker posing as Brad, now it's a verified push, and I see a number appear. I'm the attacker. I know this number. Let's say it's 4444. Okay. When Brad gets that, he has 4 spaces. He has to type in a number. He can't even do the wrong things. Okay, because only I, the attacker, know this 4444. So all Brad can do is essentially say deny. I don't care how many things I send him. Like, the bad guy's not going to call Brad and say, hey, dude, you know what? The past thing is 4444. Can you please let me in so I can attack the account? That's never going to happen, right? So that's what I'm trying to say. I just wanted to make sure the listeners understood that there's a way in which we can escalate friction to raise the cost of that attack for the adversary, and also to make sure that Brad does the right thing, even if human nature or fatigue isn't playing in his favor. So I think any closing thoughts on that, Brad, before we
No, TK, you nailed it. I just thought too, like, conditioning your users so in that exact scenario, so instead of I have to hit I am not logging in, so that generates an alert and a ticket for the help desk, your security team, to say, all right, something's not wrong here. Now that mean time to detect, right? Because now we've conditioned our workforce, our user, to not. So yeah, no, you did an awesome job. That verified push feature is huge to combating the user fatigue, because again, most organizations have conditioned their workforce just to hit accept. And we know, an adversary can send out, 200 pushes, right? But they only have to be successful one time to get access. So
right. Yeah, I know I could count on you, Brad, for the incident response side of things. So I guess the last thing to message there is that the system sends the admin something very actionable, which is saying Brad's account's under attack. We did the verified push. That thing failed. Here's what to do. Here's an action. You might even with that fidelity, you might even choose to automate the response there. Okay. Well, Absolutely. With that, I think we're out of time. Any closing comments, Brad?
Yeah, no, just that, if you want to learn more about what we do on Talos, right, check out our talosintelligence.com, right? We share all the latest threat reports, things that we're seeing on the front lines, and as well access to our 24/7 incident response team.
Great. Thanks.
Okay, and we do have a poll question for you. We appreciate your feedback on additional resources that you'd like to see from Cisco. And it looks like we have a lot of questions that we can't get to right here, but we will pass those along to TK and Brad. And thanks to everybody who's responded to the poll. We do appreciate your feedback, and I'll just leave it up here for another few moments. And I would like to remind you about the handout section from all the presenters today, but there's a Cisco Duo link, which is a Zero Trust evaluation guide that's workforce focused. It's a really interesting link, and there are a lot of resources behind that link, so I'd highly recommend that one. Well, TK and Brad, great presentation today. Thanks so much for educating us on Cisco and Duo and on your thoughts on Zero Trust. This has really been fantastic. And now, believe it or not, it's time for the last prize drawing of the day. And so the winner of the final $300 Amazon gift card is Vinayak Desai from California. And the winner of our last grand prize, this is the fifth of the iPad Airs that we've been giving away today, is James Barron from Massachusetts. So congratulations to Vinayak and to James. We'll be in touch about collecting your prizes. Okay, thanks everybody for filling out the poll. We're just going to go ahead and shut that down. And I just want to say, if you were watching this event today and think this type of event would be the ideal platform to tell folks about your platform or solution, we'd love to hear from you to help determine which of our hundreds of events each year would be a good fit for you. So contact us at connect@actualtechmedia.com. Also like to point out that tomorrow we're going to be having another event. It's an EcoCast on identity governance, protection, and administration. We've got Strong DM and Okta on that one, and that should be a good one. Great topic, really timely, and great content that we'll have there. Well, with that, on behalf of the Actual Tech Media team, I want to thank all of our presenters today for putting together such great presentations and demos and all their insights in the Q&As. So I want to thank all of our participants for making this event possible. Keeper Security, Axis Security, Rubrik, Rapid7, Tanium, Nasuni, Palo Alto Networks, VMware, and Cisco. And last but definitely not least, we'd like to thank all of you for attending today's MegaCast from Actual Tech Media and for all your great questions throughout the day. That's going to conclude today's event. Have a fantastic rest of your day.